on my flip-flops. I stepped on the pot top. I cut my heel and the cruise on back home. But there's booze in the blender, oh yeah, and soon it'll render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Yeah, baby, wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker song. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. And they say, some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. That's right, my own fault.
KUAMFM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Whether you're gonna make a move to get on the dance floor, while this song plays just for you, I'm longing to see you sway from left to right. Let these vibes take you away to keep you dancing all night. Can't you feel it, baby? Feel it in your soul. Said I know you feel it, lady. Go ahead and lose control, 'cause I can see it coming. That sparkle in your eye. If it's a groovy love you need, then that's what I'll provide. Whoa, let's groove the night away.
It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving.
Yes, we could do this all the time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. Hey, yeah, I can spend eternity.
It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving.
Just looking into your eyes. So while you're grooving, grooving with me, come on and groove with me, darling. Yes, I know it's crazy, but it's the way I feel about you. Oh, on a daily, you make my deepest dreams come true when you're loving me, baby. You know I'm always in the mood for our love making. Said I'm gonna break it down for you. So can't you feel it, baby? Feel it in your soul. Said I know you feel it, lady. Go ahead and lose control. Yes, I can see it, darling. That sparkle in your eyes. If it's a groovy love you need, then that's what I'll provide. Whoa, let's groove the night away.
It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving.
Yes, we could do this all the time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. Hey, yeah, I can spend eternity.
It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving.
Just looking into your eyes. So while you're grooving, grooving with me, love is enough for day. time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. I can spend eternity.
It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving.
Just looking into your eyes. So while you're grooving, grooving with me.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
You know I like my chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. Oh. Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know, sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow. And my house, it's not much to talk about, but it's filled with love and grown in southern proud, with a little bit of chicken fried, a cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the world in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. Ain't it funny how it's the simple things in life that mean the most? Not where you live, or what you drive, or the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on the peace of mind that I've come to know. So if you agree, have a drink with me, raise your glasses for a toast to a little bit of chicken fried, a cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, and see the love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. I thank God for my life, for the stars and stripes, may freedom forever fly. Let it rain, salute the ones who died, the ones that give their lives, so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love, like our chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, and see the love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, know a mother's love.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Hope you're feeling it too. Every time you come around, you give me butterflies. Sensation, girl, just let me try. Turns on the feeling, make you feel so nice. Alright. Say, girl, you got me on my toes. Trying my best to keep you close. I feel like letting go. Pretty girl, go ahead and tell me how you feel. Give me one kiss to seal the deal. I think this feeling's mutual. Oh, good girl, you got me on my toes. Trying my best to keep you close. 'Cause I don't feel like letting go.
Kosin Yauli Di sombranceltemak Et zu ita saluda Antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan is where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Mag with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew, cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, chilling down in the wonderful village of Pneumatic. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops
shining. Good morning. Morning, Jason.
Good morning. Good one.
We made it to Friday, guys.
And you know what? There are a lot of people in comments who were just waiting for that. And you know, they are so generous and so kind and so sweet to always say, you know, I can't wait to, if you're in the States, they say to maybe get dinner started when you do that greeting, or they say, you know, like when I'm at work, it's, you know, I can play your greeting at
I
work.
feel for you guys in the States.
But you know, it means as much to us when we come in the morning that you guys say hafaday and good morning to us. That's what gets us going.
I don't want this to sound like big-headed, but I'm so glad that you guys get to listen to us in the States, because when I was in the States many years ago, there was no link. There was like nothing. You couldn't. There was no streaming. It was a little bit ago, guys. The pre-stream era.
What did you listen to? I mean, you're a longtime radio man. So
Yeah.
like, what shows did you used to like? Did you listen to like serials or like shows or like Rick D's Top 40 or something?
Serials.
Yeah, you
I'm
know.
not
like
that old, bro.
No, they had like was NPR
You're talking about like
involved?
War of the Worlds, like 19.
Well, there's that, or there's what was that? Prairie Home Companion. Remember that?
Right.
My mom was really into that.
Well, good morning. Yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, Jay, I lived in the States for a year after high school, and there was no malfunction. There was no, nothing. You couldn't stream anything. That just didn't exist yet. And so it was very easy to get Mahalang for Guam. And so how I made it through was I had a picture of Turtle Cove. Like when you come down and you do the loop, there's a part there where you can see the cove.
Yes, sir.
And that's what got me through that year and a half living in the States. But now you guys are lucky. See, you guys are lucky now. You got the technology. To stream. The streaming on the link.
And you know what? The counter to that is you literally have like 10 million different streams that you could be watching right now. But
Right.
the fact that you always check us out means the world to us. So
It does.
we love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing your world over to us here on Guam.
Exactly. No, that's why we call it the Link Fam. We're all one community and we're getting through this together.
We're linking like this.
There you go. Okay, speaking of fams and families, the Manabusan family from Paris, California sends their holidays. Paris is that's a suburb of Riverside.
Oh, it's in the States?
Yeah, the California.
Oh,
part, kinda
Paris,
gave it away.
California.
Oh,
Right
no.
on, yeah.
Oh,
There you go, guys.
Perris.
Oh.
But there is a Paris, Texas.
Because
The one.
you guys, Valentine's coming up, and, if you save your money and there's no quarantine in the States, you could say, hey, babe, I'm taking you to Paris. Paris, California.
We also got love from Corey, who's
I'm taking you to Paris, Parisville.
Yeah. Good luck with your misses after that. Corey's also sending love from Poolsbo, Washington.
Wow.
Good morning, Corey.
Good
to have you
morning,
here, bro.
Rudolph Rodolfo Jr. Good morning, off a day, my friend.
Good morning from our friends over at BK, and thank you for your sponsorship of this show.
Yes.
I have been
Chicken Fries Friday.
I have been begging Rudolph.
I've been begging Rudolph, bring us some chicken fries.
How long have you known Rudolph?
Many years.
Yeah, I remember when Burger King came back to Guam, because remember Burger King was here for a while when we were little kids.
Rudy, I just want to say, if there's a you might have heard a rumor about us. There's a lot of rumors that go around about us, but
geez.
I'm talking about the rumor that we were on some kind of diet in 2021. Totally false. You know how Guam is. People just talk and they spread rumors, but that rumor is false. So if chicken fries come our way on Chicken Fry Friday, we wouldn't get mad, is what I'm saying.
He has now been the general manager of Burger King on Guam. Remember where Burger King used to be, right?
Yeah.
What's now Denny's in Tamuning. It was this big building. It looked like a firehouse. It was super cool. And then they came back, and then they were at Upper Tumon for a while. But he has now been there as the GM for 31 years.
Wow.
And I remember when he was in his 29th year, and see, this is the thing that's so amazing about Rudy, right? Is he will jump on the fryer, he will make onion rings, he will make French fries and everything like that. He'd rather do those than like media interviews. I'm like, dude, please let me do a story on you. Do 30 years on the job.
Right
man.
on.
Amazing.
First rule of management, never ask an employee to do something you can't do. And when you're one of those managers who can do it all.
There you go.
Like Rudy, whether it's frying up some chicken fries. He's experienced is what you're saying, Jay, right?
Just being an overall really cool guy.
Theoretically, if he was to go into a BK, he could fire up the fryer and get those chicken fries.
Debbie Davis said apparently it's very, very cold in Bardstown, Kentucky. Ouch.
I bet.
Well, yesterday in the presidential inauguration, I think they were saying it was down to like in the low 30s.
I heard it was minus 45.
Who said that? Somebody was saying that. I was like, no way.
I just saw no, it was a joke. Minus 45 because Trump was the 45th president.
Oh, well, wow, that was way over my. Okay, Marcy. Yeah, sorry. Hopefully you guys picked up on that because I clearly did not. Marcy Ilias says good morning from Foodies in Manila.
Hey, Foodies, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Guam and Hafaday. Ruth Pablo Gagnon writes in. Christina Hokog Hafaday. Good morning, everyone. Stay safe. Emma Olalia. Good morning, Emma. Good morning. Have a great day. Be safe.
Hey, great comment again from our friend Corey. Corey Wayne, again from Poolsbo, Washington, says, blessed are those who serve the community.
Amen.
Absolutely agree. Yes, amen. Thank you for sharing that. That's amazing.
Thompson Red, good morning. Have a great day. Be safe. Mary Jane Villagomez, good morning. Our buddy Glenn here in Snake Country, Chalampago. Good morning, KUAM, The Link, Joe, Sir, Chris, and Jason, and everyone working behind the scenes. Guys, can we get that picture of the snake? Carlito?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to show you this picture. This is, you're going to froke out.
Okay, and
this is our coworker, Carlito.
And he's in Laddie Heights, right?
I want to say
Annika area.
Check out this snake, guys.
So our buddy Carlito, one of our brothers here at KUM, he's about maybe 5'7", 5'8", and he's standing on a bench.
Yeah.
And he's still holding it, above head level, and that snake is almost touching the ground. So that's a 6.5 footer.
Look at that.
At least. What do you got? Okay, and I like how you call it Chalampago Snake Country.
Yeah.
But Glenn has pretty much taken care of half of that.
I mean,
so
Glenn gets
is it
little
still?
snakes. Yeah, Glenn. I mean, I'm not trying to judge, but your snakes are little.
Yeah.
Skinny.
So what do you guys think of that? Okay, it's
Look at that, guys. Is that up? Can you guys see that?
Yeah, have you guys?
Yeah, Roy Respicio took one look at this and he's like, I think I found my next program coordinator.
Even with all morning. Okay.
Show it again, dude.
Oh wait.
Can
okay,
we make that our profile picture? I want to ride this
You got
snake
a
all
good-
the way to the end of the show.
Did that come out all right? Or okay. Yeah, Joser says thumbs up, and if the boss says it's good, then it's good. Okay.
Dude, how long is that snake?
Yeah. Okay. Let me take a look. Yeah. Okay. Okay. My apologies. It's not just a bench.
He's standing
He's
like a table.
He's standing on a table,
Right,
which is
yeah.
at least like 2.5 feet off the ground.
I know he is drinking because he always dances on the table when he's drinking.
Man, that's crazy. Okay, you know what also is crazy?
That's it. Let's go home. That's it. It's not going to get any better than this, guys.
Okay, well, Glenn says the snakes I slay, and Glenn can slay, right? Glenn slays all day,
Right,
as they say, right?
yeah.
Right, Glenn, we love you, buddy. The snakes I slay are about 3 to 4 feet.
Yes, mine are little, he writes.
Skinny like my
snakes.
waistline.
Yeah, okay. Glenn. So yeah, I just wanted to show you that because when I saw that, I was like, whoa, my God, wow.
Okay, I have a burning question as I am off.
Should get that checked.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, Dr. Ann's coming on maybe later. Maybe we can run that by her. Okay, so my burning question is: the beautiful song that you played, that wonderful song that pays such a amazing tribute to Umatak.
Hey, Francisco Camacho comments, good morning from Woostig.
Nice. Good morning.
Woostig.
A lot of people on Woostig Road up in Jigo. Okay, so you know that one part when "Let me take you to," and they said, first, what's the lyric? First,
I got to make the tanak.
Yeah, first I got to make the tanak,
tatagat.
and then I got to cook the tatagat, and then we call everyone, especially the kids. It's
Right.
it's a great lyric, and brings back so much memories. But for me, when my uncles and the generation before us were cooking, it wasn't like, okay, we're gonna call everybody, especially the kids. It's like, okay, all you kids get over here, go fan the damn table.
Right, yeah.
Pick up a styrofoam or a paper plate. Imagine this is a plate,
Yeah.
and then you got to stand there while everybody else eats.
This is a lost art. It's partially because you haven't had a table with enough food on it to fan since COVID, because there's no gathering.
Yeah. In
But-
your family, did you let the older folks eat first, or was it always the kids that ate first?
Nah, man, we had the guests would eat first. Kids
The
was
yeah.
last. We're last.
Yeah, we were always last.
Because we were fanning the table.
And okay, if any of my cousins are watching right now, shout out to you guys from the Salas clan. I'm the oldest of 50 grandchildren, and I still had to fan the table. I thought it was gonna end when I was in high school. I still did that until I was 18.
Yeah.
I did that until I graduated. What about you guys? How long did you guys?
I earned my stripes fanning the table.
Okay, what was
But
that?
you know what's crazy, Jay, is like my generation. It's like we are the last generation to have it. The old school Chamorro way of getting raised, where you got what was called a spanking.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
And
Where
didn't
you had to do these things. They're called chores. I don't know if you guys know.
I mean, when we were growing up, you used to hate it because it was like, oh
Yeah,
man,
and so
I
that's
gotta
the thing.
fan the table,
I used to
gotta
hate
set up-
fanning the flies. So when I had kids of my own, I was like, no, I'll never. They never fanned a table. They're gonna look at me like, what? You want me to do what? Get out of here, Dad.
No, but you know what's crazy now at KUAM? Well, when we did, prior to
Fan a table? There's union regulations about that, Dad.
every year leading up to 2020, whenever we would have a potluck here at KUAM and everything like that, just instinctively, I would go around and start setting up the chairs or stuff like that, because I mean it is a discipline. And even though we hated it when we were kids, because it was like, oh man, I want to go play catch, or me and my cousins were playing and everything like that. It's who you are. Okay, Francisco Camacho says cleanup crew after gatherings to. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What was harder, the setup or the breakdown?
Definitely the breakdown. Breakdown's hard because you always have those relatives who they don't get the message. Like, the party's over. Okay, Uncle Anki, why are you still sitting here drinking beer? You see, we're cleaning up.
In your family,
we're putting up all the chairs around you. Nana's tired. Okay, Nana wants to go to bed, but he's sitting here geeming.
And you came from a pretty big family in the South, right?
Yeah.
Your parties were big. Did you guys ever have tarp? Because my family, we never used like tarp. It was always at Nana and Tata's house in Agani Heights.
We didn't get a tarp. We couldn't afford a tarp till the 90s.
Yeah.
I grew up very poor.
I don't remember. Were there a lot of tarps like in the 80s?
You mean canopies?
Well, the canopies, yeah.
Man, I don't. Yeah, there's always canopies.
If you were lucky, you got to go to Ipao Beach, and your family would secure one of like the pavilions. If you were really, really lucky, you got Pavilion 1. You know the one I'm talking about, the big one right next to the beach. Yeah. Okay, Glenn says the order of eating was the guests, then the kids, then the Sainas, and then everyone else. So that's interesting. Okay, like my family was not like that. If we, when we did have guests, it was the guests. My Uncle Ricky, who was a family friend, and he basically, became a blood relative. And then my uncles and aunties, and then the kids would usually be last.
Can you show that snake again?
No, you want? Okay.
Guys, you're just joining us because I know people, what they do is they
Breaking
jump on
news.
and they're like, hey, they showed a snake on the link.
All right. Stand by, everybody. Take a deep breath.
Wait for it.
The snake. Hashtag the snake. Hey, can you guys use the emoji of the snake? There's at least like 3 or 4 different ones, but is that coming out all right, Joe Sir? All right. We got the OK symbol from Joe Sir.
And all you parents out there, if your kids are freaking out, you just tell them, it's not poisonous, don't worry. Yeah, don't worry, it's not poisonous, it's just 13 feet long.
Well, that's a good, maybe we can get Department of
This
Ag
is what
in
we
here.
call a proa constrictor.
No, I was going to say, what kind of snake do you think that is, though?
It's a brown tree snake.
That's not brown, dude.
Yeah, because the underside is not brown. It's like light. It's cream to almost light green on the edges a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a brown tree snake. We don't have any other kind of snake on Guam other than the political kind. It's Friday, guys, the 22nd day of January, wrapping up the last day of this boys' week. Sabrina Saws Mantanani has been on leave. Got to give her props because this is the first time she took leave and she actually didn't come into the office. She's been all over the chats, though,
gosh.
Have a great last day of leave.
No. Eve Salas, so I guess, Prima, good morning. Thank you for giving your comment.
Pala. Yeah, the Pala. Yeah, that was the old
the canopy, if you get those really big fat pipes. But yeah, those ones are hard to set up because now you've got those ones where you have like the bungee cord and they just twist it around with the ball.
Yeah.
And you can set up like a big, like a 25-foot canopy. 2 people can get that up and erected in
2
like
people,
in
2
like
minutes.
3 minutes.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, no, the ones with the pipes, that would take like, you would tell like, the neighbors or the boys or, your sports team would come over and set that up.
We got a big show for you guys today. Coming up, we're going to talk with the Regional Transit Director, Sel Babauta, as we're in PCOR 2. They've been offering all kinds of services, and we'll just catch up with Sel here. Dr. Ann Pobutsky, our territorial epidemiologist from Department of Public Health, is coming on at 7:20. Probably talk to her about the variant and everything else with the virus. Also slated to get a couple senators on this morning. We'll see. You'll shake the tree at the legislature. Hopefully a snake doesn't fall out. We're going to get Senator Tello and possibly maybe Senator Sabina this morning. 9 o'clock, we're doing the after party on this Friday.
Do you want me just to go back and change the caption for this Facebook Live post and call it like the Snake Show?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're really riding on the snake analogy.
I'm telling you, bro, people like to see this is going to be, whatever happens today on the show, miss a link, miss a lot, this is going to be the takeaway. People are probably already like screenshotting that. You can't leave a picture comment, right?
No.
That's weird on Facebook
not,
that you can't leave a picture
okay,
comment.
No, technically, okay, you'll be able to leave image comments as JPEGs once we're not live. While you are live, you can do emoji and you can do animated GIFs.
Okay.
But, because they just want to make sure that people don't post anything like, raunchy.
So we're doing the after party at 9. After party, guys, if you've been following the show, we've had a few of them back in the election. It's just basically a panel. We get a bunch of different people on, and they talk about current events. And there's been a lot going on from the controversial hiring at the port to the reopening of schools to the reopening of the economy just a little bit more with the declaration of PCOR 2. And face-to-face, did I say that? Yeah? There's just a lot to talk about. So we've got a bunch of different people. Phil Flores, we'll get Monica de Oro, my buddy Rachel Esteves, we had Natalie Kanata, Dave Lotz, Will Sparkinson, and Juan Carlos Benitez. That's our panel for the after party this morning.
Good group today.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be shedding their skin on some of the issues. See, now you got me doing it.
Hey. Some very good discussion coming up at 9.
Trust in me. Remember that?
Yeah.
Jungle Book?
We're going to do sports this week. Dave Delgado with his weekly sports wrap, and it's going to be kind of lovey-dovey. We're going to be talking about tennis. Lovey-dovey tennis, Jay?
Yeah.
And we'll do In Full Zoom with Nestor, where he breaks bread with the Guam Women's Chamber. And then we've also got a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falan. All of that and so much more coming up on the link at 6:38 now. Let's get into the news. Jason Solis, who's doing the news for Sabrina Solis Mantanani, is vacationing. Good morning, Jason.
All right. Can never fill her very, very big shoes, but certainly will try my best. And here is your morning news update, everybody. Hafaday and good morning. As 8 people in our island community are currently hospitalized due to coronavirus. 3 of those are currently in intensive care, and 3 require ventilator support. Last night, there were 7 new cases from the Joint Information Center reported of COVID-19 out of 644 tests performed on Wednesday. All 7 of those tested positive reported recent travel and were identified while in quarantine. To date, there are 7,528 officially reported cases of coronavirus with 128 deaths, 121 cases in active isolation, and 7,279 people having recovered. Accordingly, Guam's score has gone down yesterday from 1.0 to today being 0.8. As we told you yesterday in our interview with Pali Mike Crisostomo, a friar from the Capuchin Franciscan Order did test positive for COVID-19 earlier this week and was admitted to GRMC Tuesday. But as Pali Mike said, he is recovering well. Now, what you need to know is the friar does not actively celebrate masses at any of the churches, but the Archdiocese has accordingly quarantined 5 parish churches as a precautionary measure. In Agana Heights, the Our Lady of Blessed Sacrament Church, San Miguel down in Talafofo, Santa Teresita in Manila, St. Jude in Senanya, and St. Francis in Jotnya have ceased operations for holding mass and for offices. You are asked to contact the Archdiocese or your parish if you would like more information. And of course, as Father Mike said, we ask that you pray for the friar and his colleagues at this time. Contact tracing is underway. Let's take a look at more local news headlines now as Tyler Matanani has your daily morning link update.
Buenas and Hafaday, I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The latest from the horrific beheading homicide of 51-year-old Andrew Ray Castro. A magistrate's complaint charges former police reservist Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas with murder as a first-degree felony. KUAM's Adriana Cotero.
The clock was ticking. Once we got the call, once we made the assessment, it was boots on ground.
It was less than a 24-hour turnaround time for Guam Police Department officers making an arrest for the murder of Andrew Ray Castro. The 51-year-old male victim's lifeless body was found by his wife in their unit at the Valles Apartments in Santa Rita. According to the magistrate's complaint, the wife said that when she left for work that morning, 40-year-old Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas was with her husband. Ornelas was eventually located and brought in for questioning and was advised of his rights. He then wrote a statement describing how he used crystal meth while at the apartment. GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau.
The effort and the due diligence that was put into this was really turning a person of interest into, somebody that was, this was credible, the information that we received. We identified that person of interest. We were able to locate 40-year-old Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas.
Ornelas appeared in Magistrates Judge Jonathan Kwan's courtroom via Zoom this afternoon. The government requested a $1 million cash bail. However, due to conflicts, both the Public Service Defender Corporation and the alternate Public Service Defender Corporation had to withdraw. The court appointed defense counsel Gloria Rudolph to represent him, and his magistrate's hearing has been continued to tomorrow. He faces murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of a deadly weapon used in the commission of a felony, and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. According to court documents, Ornelas said he felt compelled to kill Castro because he had placed his family in danger. He wrote, quote, "I had removed his head from his body. I used the knife that was given to me. I placed his head into a black plastic bag," unquote. Ornelas admitted that he drove to an area in the north and left the head in a burned car in the jungle. Sergeant Tapau was at the crime scene on Tuesday. He says after working over 20 years in the department, this was one of the most horrific crime scenes he's ever responded to.
This hits hard, especially for the family members, those near and dear to him, and of course to the community and pretty much the entire island. But, again, good job to our initial preliminary investigators from patrol level at the Southern Precinct Command to our criminal investigators, and of course everybody that played a role in this.
As we reported, GPD Chief Stephen Ignacio stated this case may have been a result of drug involvement. Investigations continue into this case, with GPD working closely with the Office of the Attorney General's Prosecution Division. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
We've seen the videos and pictures, broken car windows, suspicious vehicles casing houses, and CCTV footage of thieves caught in the act. Recently, there have been several reports of burglaries occurring throughout the Tamuning area, and the village mayor is speaking out. Here's more.
There is a string of crime going on where people are going into people's private properties, going into their cars. We're noticing a lot of people that are scoping out the area and so forth. We have been currently seeing a lot of postings on social media and on the neighborhood chat groups about suspicious vehicles going into the area or break-ins that have been happening. And so, it's a great concern.
Chances are you've seen some footage like this on your social media feed. A thief casually strolling around someone's home with one thing in mind, to take something that isn't theirs. Tamuning Mayor Luis Rivera says she's been in communication with the Guam Police Department on the recent thefts.
I've been working with the Guam Police Department, with our Tamuning Precinct, our commander, and, his team in regards to, having more police presence out there in the community, to do more patrolling, and we want to bring back the neighborhood crime watch meetings.
Mayor Rivera says that the neighborhood crime watch meetings gave the community a chance to voice their concerns to GPD, but due to the pandemic, it's been a while.
We used to have it scheduled every quarter, where we have GPD come to our center like a town meeting and meet with those interested in asking questions or, just wanted to hear what's going on and what we can better do to help our neighborhood.
Mayor Rivera says they're always looking to beef up their neighborhood watch program.
We have a lot more signs we're posting up, saying that, we're watching you. We have a neighborhood crime watch, outstanding neighborhood watch community. We just ask that everybody who cares and is concerned be a part of this. And if, we want the crime to stop, we want to make sure everyone's safe, then I ask them to kindly give us a call, give me a call, and, we'll put them on the chat and work together to keep our community safe.
And a little reminder to those out there with sticky fingers.
Burglary shouldn't happen at all. People should just, mind their private property. If it's not yours, don't touch it.
Mayor Rivera encourages the community to be vigilant, look out for your neighbor, and to be active and participate in your respective neighborhood watch group meetings and chats. Rivera also says that if you see anything suspicious in your community, to alert the respective Guam Police Department precinct.
Thanks, Pete. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Tyler. Great job, and happy birthday to you, by the way. We're going to make sure to sing happy birthday to you in just a bit. But food and supplies in big news will be distributed today, as they were starting yesterday. 1,000 commodities packages are being distributed to Dededo residents only. That's going down at the Dededo Senior Center beginning at 8 a.m. and lasting until 11 this morning. Recipients are expected to receive household commodity bundles, possibly including items like instant milk, canned fruit, tomato and spaghetti sauce, canned beef or chicken, frozen shrimp, kidney beans, pistachios, oatmeal, bottled orange juice, and banana chips. Food commodities, once again, available to residents of Dededo only, and there are 1,000 packages. So if you are in need for you and your family, please get in contact and go to the drive-through service from 8 to 11 this morning at the Dededo Senior Center. And if you are in another village, contact your village mayor's office if you would like information. And lastly, on the national front, newly installed President Joe Biden kicks off his first full day in office, focusing on tackling the coronavirus pandemic. With more details from the nation's capital is Skylar Henry.
Your heavenly throne.
President Joe Biden began his first full day in office with a virtual prayer service.
Amen.
The new president is focusing on the nation's COVID-19 response. This afternoon, signing 10 executive orders which will, among other things, provide guidance to safely reopen schools, provide up to 100 million vaccine doses by the end of April, and invoke the Defense Production Act to enable that goal.
The big issue here, which may seem obvious to many, is supply. We need more supply of not just the vaccines, but the materials to get them in the arms of Americans to effectively get this done.
President Biden will also be meeting with Dr. Anthony Fauci and his coronavirus team. President Biden says today's executive actions will help, but acknowledges he will need Congress's help to achieve these goals.
Long way to go. These are just executive actions. They are important, but we're going to need legislation for a lot of the things we're going to do.
Already, there is pushback from Senator Mitt Romney and other GOP senators to the president's proposed $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package.
We just passed a program with over $900 billion in it. I'm not looking for a new program in the immediate future.
The White House says President Biden plans to meet with congressional leaders soon to discuss how to move the package forward. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
What's going on in news? Chris, pretty packed show this morning so far, as you were alluding to.
Yeah, it was. So we're going to get Andy to come in and hang out. We got our buddy Sean Gumatato in the KUM News Zoom room hanging out, and we'll go in with the Transit Director sub about coming up. 6:50, we'll take a quick break. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze next. Good morning, Guam.
Friday! We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the car score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the car score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
From the very summer love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Let's settle down and have a conversation. Whatever you're thinking, I'll be sure to listen. You're my man. You got what I need. Calling to come running. I found what is it you're seeking. Don't worry, boy. Don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do,
Welcome to Kulepna Friday.
all of your friends ain't got no clue.
Now everyone's sending me snake pictures.
Be with you, I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful.
Jay, you got that one?
Yeah,
The fat one?
yeah, stretch for about.
Yeah. We want to show you all kinds of snakes this morning.
Actually, let me set those ones up perfectly, and then
Yeah,
we'll get that.
yeah, and load the one with Carlito, and then we could just like really show it. You know what I mean? You want this other snake video I got? Sorry, guys. I just know snakes. Snakes equals ratings. So thank you to Mr. Pete for sending me these cool little snake videos. I think the snakes and the COVID, all they've been doing is getting fat, right? They've been staying home, getting fat like so many of us. 6:55. Let's go to the Zoom room now where we have Selva Balta, Mr. B from Transit on. Good morning, Mr. B.
Hey, good morning, Chris. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Thank you for joining us. I know you got an appointment this morning, so we just wanted to get you on a kind of catch up here. I know you guys never shut down during the pandemic, but just right off the bat, Mr. B, with the PCOR 2 declaration, how has that affected the operations of the Guam Regional Transit Authority?
Yeah, so when it's done, you'll be down to pick up now. Okay?
Mr. B?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. How has the PCOR 2 declaration changed you guys' operations over at Transit?
I'll tell you what, there are no changes at all, Chris. We're just continuing to do normal operations in addition to, doing the additional sanitizing that we have to do to make sure that our clients and our drivers are safe as they transport people around. So we're keeping busy as usual. It's every day when I go to work, Chris, we have challenges, and I challenge my people, and as a result of that, we continue to make some progress. So this PCOR 2 didn't make any difference at all with us. I can tell you right now that we're busy. I can tell you that I'm working with land management and Senator Torres and Senator Peter Terlai to find me property for the park and ride. We're going to begin to do advertisement on our buses. We're starting out the Homeless Coalition transportation support. We're working with FTA to finalize our budget plan for the utilization of $9.5 million for electric buses, electric cars, charging stations. We're working with FTA on the AIM grant to allow us to do feasibility study with UOG with regards to Uber Transit in Guam. So we're keeping busy, I tell you. Yeah.
Mr. B, can we go back on a couple of those things? So, assisting the homeless, right? What does that entail for you guys?
Hey, Chris, thanks for asking me, but this is the second time that I've briefed. But anyways, we are working with the Guam Homeless Coalition to provide transportation support for our homeless populations that are signed up with the Guam Homeless Coalition organizations and nonprofit groups, so that we can begin to provide transportation support and enable these people to hopefully go out and find jobs. And when they find jobs, they become self-sustaining. They contribute to our society and take them out of the streets. So that's the part that the Guam Regional Transit Authority is playing on this initiative, is to provide transportation. I got people set up, and we're going to be working with the coalition to provide us with the names of people so we can begin to work on identification cards, and then come up with a firm date where we can begin to transport these people. With PCOR 2, hopefully the economy is going to begin to pick up, and transportation is going to be a key player in this regard.
Right. So, Mr. B, let me ask you, ridership now, is it at pre-pandemic levels?
No, it's not. It's not. And because of the precautionary measures and the need to be safe, our ridership is down right now. So, but on the other hand, we're going to be picking up a few more people, or a lot more people. As of course PCOR 2 started already. So, yeah.
What about what you had said about the electric? What was it? Electric cars?
Electric cars and electric buses, Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's never been thought of in Guam, but we're bringing that legacy to the island of Guam. Guam couldn't afford to buy electric buses, so we went out and competed with over 200 transit agencies in the United States. And fortunately, we were one of the agencies that was selected, and we were awarded $9.5 million. Wow. Our original intent is to build a park and ride facility at Gedido, but unfortunately, that land now is not available. So it's a big challenge for me now to work with land management and the legislature to find new property. With that, also, we're buying electric buses. We're buying electric cars. We're going to be buying a transportation management system, technology transportation management system. And definitely we have to build a good, charging stations. But before all of these begins, we are going to be putting out a request for proposal to come up with an electrification plan for at least the Guam Regional Transit Authority, to make sure that, we know what buses to buy, we know what batteries to buy, we know how the charging stations are going to be set up. We're going to know how long those batteries are going to last in the island of Guam, being that the environment is different from back in the States. So there's a big challenge with regards to this.
What's the timeline?
We're focused.
What's the timeline on that, Mr. B? How long before we see electric buses, transit buses on the road?
I would say that because all the planning and all that we need to do, the procurement process, the construction of the charging stations, we're speculating that by 2022, 2023, we'll be able to see some electric buses on the road. And the other thing that I'm working with the Guam Regional Transit Authority Board is the fact that by 2025, we're not going to be buying any more fossil fuel buses or vans. We're going to be buying electric vehicles because, there's a lot of advantages. It's easier to maintain, it's cheaper to run, and so forth. And then, of course, our people are going to begin to realize, at least from GRTA, a cleaner environment.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds pretty futuristic. So we got a call here from a writer had a question for you. So we'll go ahead and bring on Lisa. Lisa, welcome to the link. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Stel.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lisa, and I'm a paratransit rider. I just wanted to bring up something. I know that there's a software that you guys are using for paratransit, you know, and you have upcoming plans as well for the paratransit, such as electric buses and so forth. But one thing that I do like to bring up, those all sound good, but I just think it's going to take a lot of time, and you know, I don't know how much those things are going to work on Guam, because like with, you know, from what I'm hearing, like electric buses, you know, you can't drive as fast as, you know, you would like to. I'm not saying you're going to speed or whatever, but my question is, those things, you know, you have upcoming things for paratransit and all that, but I think one thing that we do need to work on with the buses is the buses don't run 7 days a week. And that is something, if we're trying to have more services for paratransit or fixed route, whatever the case, we need to run 7 days a week. So maybe you can try to figure out, you know, how we can work on that, because that's very much needed. You know, we don't have buses on Sundays, and of course we don't have buses on holidays, you know, but at least see if we can run 7 days a week, or even add more hours, you know, within the day, instead of running only up until 7:30, maybe even 9:30 at least, so that if, you know, individuals have somewhere to go in the evening, they have a little bit more time. So that's all I just wanted to say. I know that transit is, you know, doing their best to make things better as far as transportation for individuals with disability, and I always believe in movement for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, let me just ask you, as a paratransit rider, are you satisfied with the services provided by Guam Regional Transit Authority?
Well, you know what? I'm very thankful for paratransit, because there are some places in the United States that actually don't have paratransit, and I'm always willing to, you know, work with with Stel and his crew. So, yeah, I'm always working with them and thankful for it. Okay. You know, yes, there are some problems that they do need to work on, like the software. It's giving, you know, problems within the paratransit, but I'm working with his staff to help them out as well, to give suggestions and stuff. So, you know, I'm fine.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, Esther. So I'm pretty sure you get that all the time, people wanting more transit services.
You know, Chris, that's a very good question. And what I like to ask our people of Guam is to go to the legislature and try to impress upon the legislature that transit is a very vital part in any jurisdiction's way of life, you know. And that's something that, Chris, I mean, look at this, man. They cut my budget $300,000 last year. And so what? You know, thank God that we have a Federal Transit Administration that believes on supporting transit agencies. Guam has never invested a single penny to buy buses. Come on. Hawaii, if you do research, or you can call the transit manager and ask them, what's their budget for transit? You know, it's about $9 million. Guam, what's my budget? $2.9 million. So what? So I urge the people of Guam to go down to the legislature and pound on their doors and tell them that transit needs support. We have a lot of people out there who are willing to go find jobs, man. And when they find jobs, they pay taxes. And what happens when they pay taxes? It goes to education, it goes to the hospital, it goes to DPW to fix the roads, you know. But hey, you know, Chris, let me tell you what, man. I'm in this job to help the governor of Guam, this administration, and to help the people of Guam. I'm not here for the job. I'm retired. I've been retired for 4 years, to be honest with you, before I took this job. But I'm here to help the people of Guam, and I hope that the senators are listening to that. That they really be mindful that Guam Regional Transit Authority is very important to the people of Guam. So really, that's all I can say is I asked our people of Guam to go, and I tell you what, this agency has been in existence for over 10 years, man. And when I came on board, there were only 7 buses and vans, no facility, nothing, man, except temporary facility. Now we're designing our facility. We're going to build our facility. We're buying electric buses, more buses, If procurement was faster, we would have gotten 10 more buses already. And we're buying another 10 more, but all from the Federal Transit Administration. So, Chris, it gets very challenging and frustrating, but I'm hanging in there, man.
I can tell
Not
you.
for the money, but just for the people
Sangania,
of
yep.
Guam.
I can tell, Mr. Sell, every time we bring you on, you're very passionate about getting the services out to the people,
Yeah.
but you're not getting the support, right? From who's your oversight?
Peter Terlai, I mean, I guess he's trying his best, man. But there's 14 other senators there that need to hear transit, and if they want me to spend my whole day down at the legislature to ask me questions on what we've done, where we came from, what we're doing, and where we're going to, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And I'll tell you what, Chris, the team that I have, it's a good bunch of people who are motivated and they're passionate just like me. Yeah.
So, one of the things with the reduced budget and, a real lack of support, to me, it's mind-boggling. Obviously, there's a need with the transit, and I mean, this is an argument we've been having for decades. There's a need for the transit. There's people who want to ride. There's more people who want to ride, but we don't have enough, days that's available, right? So it's just unfortunate, but it's put you guys in a position where I know when we spoke last year, you guys had brought on someone to do marketing for the transit, right? And so now you got to go out and get people to advertise and generate revenue from the ground up. And I know that's something that you mentioned when you first came on. So where are we with marketing and advertising on these transit buses, and how much revenue do you think that's going to generate?
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, just yesterday, I was told that 76, the company that oversees 76 gas stations in Guam, they've already got, or get ready to sign a contract with them. We're hoping that we can begin to generate at least $25,000 a year. That's the beginning, maybe more than that, because as we get more buses, we have more windows to put advertisements and so forth. But at least the policy has been approved by the board. The contract provisions have been put together by our attorney from the Attorney General's office. So now it's just a matter of us going out to find vendors who are willing to advertise with us, so we can begin to generate funds in this regard. The other thing is that we're already working with working to do parking, manage public parking in Guam. So that's something that before the end of the year, we're gonna be putting some either parking meters up or parking lots, so we can begin to generate, and hopefully one day we'll be autonomous, and be less dependent or reliant on the local funds.
So your videos, can you turn on your camera? Tech support. So what about working with GPA? I know you brought up these electric buses. Our buddy Sean was just chiming in here. Working with GPA on electric charging stations, that's their mandate. Have you guys, I mean, I know you said that you're kind of just getting into this electric bus thing, but is that a conversation that you're looking to have in the near future, so?
Oh, yes, we've already spoken to you mean Guam Power Authority?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've started communicating with them, but on the other hand, it's just not putting up charging stations. We've been talking to some experts in this regard, and they're telling us that, we just don't put up a charging station. You got to know what kind of buses you need, with the population and landscape that you have. You got to know what about your environment? Is your environment going to require a kind of battery that you need to put in the bus so that your buses will last a little longer? And the one thing that we were told, the toughest part of this whole electrification plan is to make sure that we have good charging stations that are going to work well in Guam. So we are, like I said, we're going to be putting out a request for proposal to find a consultant who has the expertise to do all of these. And of course, we have to continue to engage in dialogue with the Guam Power Authority to make sure that we have adequate power infrastructure to power up our charging stations. Chris, I'll tell you, I spent my last job in the United States Air Force. I was a mechanical systems manager. So I work with power production and mechanical systems and all of these. So I'm not saying that I'm an expert, but I think I have some background to make sure that the plan, we got to make sure that our plan is a well-developed plan and we follow the plan, because if we don't, this electrification project is going to go down the waste, and I'm not going to be part. I don't want to be part of that.
Right on. Well, Sel, I admire your passion to do your job, and I feel your frustration every time we get you on, especially having come from the federal government over the local government. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different pace, so I like that you want to get more services out there, Sel, so thank you.
Yeah, Chris, this is my first time working for a Governor of Guam Line agency again.
You don't
First
sound so
time,
happy about it.
Yeah, but the governor. But the other thing is, my first line agency, and the other thing is, I hear Lisa's concerns, and I tell you, we need to do those kinds of things. We have people who can go out and enjoy themselves at night. And besides having to drive, they can take the bus and go home, having enjoyed the evening, but without the lack of resources, we can't do those kinds of things. And these are good quality of life stuff that our people need, man. Come on. We're out here, man, the farthest American territory from the United States, but we're just as well developed as them. We just need to make sure that we do the right things,
Thank you, Sel.
All right, Chris. Thank you. Have a good day, man.
Good luck at your
Weekend.
appointment. Keep in touch, okay? Let me know if you're not getting any action from anybody. Shoot me a message and we'll get you on and you can Sagani them again.
I will, man. At least I got one person who can who's fully behind my back.
I got your back, Sel.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Mr. B. There you go. Sel Bavata, the Regional Transit Authority Director. And we've been talking about, let me bring Sean on for this. This has been something, transit, right? It's been one of these unattainable, right up there with aquaculture. I feel like we've been having this conversation about transit for, geez, man. I want to say the heyday, Sean, winners ride the bus. Remember that?
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was
that was waiver ride days.
Yeah, I mean that was the catchphrase, the slogan, if you will, the marketing, right? When we were, I don't even know what was that, the 80s or what, but
that was around like 85, 86.
I believe so.
Yeah, winners ride the bus.
Going into the early 90s.
Like I said, it's been a minute, and you can definitely feel Sel's. Regional Transit, it's not one of these glory agencies, right? No one was like, oh, they're getting transit on. Let's tune on to the link. But it's, I think it could be key in so many people's, especially as we start to reopen the economy. I mean, there's a lot of people who just can't afford a car, who need to get to work and need to do things, and need, to have that service be reliable. So we'll see. But Mr. Bavata is always getting worked up when we bring him on. You can always hear that he's like, oh, it's good. I like that. It's a lot better than some of these guys who come on and they're like, oh, it is what it is, Sean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning over there, Joser and everyone. It's been a while. A Happy New Year to you guys. I think the last time we talked was just right after the election, right?
Right. I haven't seen you since last year. So we wanted to bring you on and hang out with us this morning. I know you guys Sean Gumatata, familiar face, former KUAM anchorman, also did a lot of time with the Camacho administration. And we just kind of value your insight here, Sean. It's been a crazy week. We got a good after party set up at 9 to kind of talk about a lot
I'm definitely going to tune in for that for sure.
Yeah, and then it's going to be an interesting panel, as I'm pretty sure it's going to get a little hot. There's been some controversial stories here on the link, and then there's everything else too, like back to school. And what about your family, Sean? You got kids back in school face to face? How's that been for you guys?
Yeah, well, absolutely, Chris. So my youngest daughter just started her first face-to-face class. I think it was 2 days ago over at Inarahan Middle School. And then my two oldest kids are still online. I have a senior and a sophomore at Notre Dame now, believe it or not. And so they're all kind of adjusting. I think they go back to school on February 1st. So from in terms of how the whole back to school thing is going, and I just want to maybe a gratuitous plug for my new podcast. It's called That's It, That's All. But it's we talked about this particular issue, Chris, and the important thing is that a lot of people put a lot of time into getting back to school in terms of getting everyone ready. So kudos to the school administrators, all the teachers, our friends over at GDOE, the Catholic schools, the private schools, because man, it's been a while. So we're kind of happy. I think everyone's getting fatigued. Chris and Jason, my wife and I kind of joke, I'm the IT guy, I'm the principal. She does the lunch and some of the discipline. And, we have a real big appreciation now for sure. And we should all have an appreciation for what's happening in our schools as they support the education needs of all of our kids.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we can appreciate enough GDOE. I mean, they really pivoted fast on this and, turned up with the online learning and with the hard copy distribution. I mean, I know there were just a lot of kids, and maybe even some parents too, who were just like, oh, grown, when they did really push the online learning and the hard copy distribution, just because it was kind of a return to normal. I feel like GDOE during this pandemic, from the food, distribution that they were a huge part of way back in the first wave, to the standing up of the online and the hard copy distribution, they've definitely been able to pivot quickly, and that's what they did. It just crazy. Seems just like the other day in December when we were talking to John Fernandez about some of the metrics they were using to measure what was going on COVID-wise and what those metrics meant in terms of reopening. I remember when he first talked about reopening and face-to-face, I think it was late November, December. It was just an idea. And at the time he brought it up, people were like, oh, no, we can't went face-to-face in January. Are you crazy? But fortunately, things ended up playing out where we saw all the numbers decrease, the CAR score went down, and lo and behold, here we are with kids going back to school.
That's an important point, is that, they have pretty much followed the lead of, and because she's on the call, I'll just go ahead and say it, the lead of the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, what the lead of public health at the front end of the pandemic, guiding the policy relative to getting everyone back to kind of call it the normal, if you will. The whole idea that DOE is able to do it is significant. And, Chris, we forgot to talk about the University of Guam. I teach at ULG. We're doing everything online for this semester again, as we did since last year. There is a push, maybe hopefully to go back to face-to-face in the fall semester, but right now we are doing it all online. So another benefit for DOE, my daughter has a laptop in her middle school classroom. Just think how crazy this is, considering they barely had textbooks. So putting the resources of what we're getting through the CARES Act and the like to get it to schools like the middle and public middle and high schools and elementary schools is a big deal. And it'll help complement the learning that these kids are doing currently today.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Sean. I mean, there's just so many, I like to call them COVID silver linings. I mean, nobody wanted this pandemic, but the federal government and with the CARES Act really, I mean, all this money coming in, it's been able to get us things that we would only dream of. You're right. I mean, barely had textbooks. Now we're giving away laptops. So there are definitely some silver linings.
But to put it in the classroom and have them use it as part of their learning is pretty big deal.
Yeah. Sean, we're gonna get Dr. Ann on here, so I don't know if you want to clock out for a little bit. That's Jason, yes?
I was just gonna say, we open our show, kind of like, just we kind of stumbled onto it, but the snake problem on Guam, and we've got a couple of videos and we got some pictures that we can show of snakes. And Glenn Lujan, who joined us on comments, said, all joking aside, there are going to be quite a lot of snakes out today, with the day being nice and sunny because it rained so much yesterday. And so, Sean, as a longtime broadcaster, you covered the stories of when
the brown tree snakes.
It was almost comical, and
Yeah.
they said the entire island's power system went down because a snake either decided to sun itself on one of the power lines or maybe tried to mate with, a transformer or something like that. And then, there were those days when they said the feds literally were dropping acetaminophen into the jungles to try and kill off the snake population. So, as a son of the South and everything like that, what are your thoughts on, the fact that we're still dealing with, these slithery pests?
Well, remember back in it was maybe the mid 90s, you never really saw cages out. It was just the guys from the U.S. Department of Agriculture going out and plucking snakes from trees.
Right.
Now they're using cages. They are still dropping mice from the sky filled with acetaminophen to get the snakes tamped down. But yeah, the snake problem is not going to go away until we can get some major efforts. The invasive species issues are huge for Guam and all of Micronesia, and it's a really big problem.
Yeah, I mean, from the little red fire ant to the rhino beetle to the vines of love.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it is
quite
interesting,
a
and that's
number.
why I brought it up, because, those people that have worked in Guam news, either print or broadcast or online going back a while, people bring up, and, now with Facebook, people bring up videos and pictures of themselves catching snakes or seeing snakes. But people that have been doing this kind of work for a while, they're like, dude, this problem has been going on for a while.
Right. I mean, and so it's incumbent on all of us to think about the efforts. There's still, funding being put out by Congress for this effort. It's not going to be going away anytime soon that I've read. So I think but we have to be aware. And as a community, we have to look at these things and be mindful of those issues and be mindful of trying to help curb these problems, just like the brown tree snake.
Man, I remember when there was conversations, just me being on the radio, about bounties for snakes. People were trying to figure out how to monetize it. There was I don't even know who it was, but there was somebody who was like, we could make an industry, snakeskin boots, snakeskin wallets. This was actually real talk, guys, back in the day when, it was just brown tree snake, brown tree snake, brown tree snake. Government leaders and community leaders were trying to figure out ways to get rid of these snakes. And so we would actually sit and talk about bounties, right? People were like, oh, let's get $5 a snake.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like the redemption of a bottle for a soda. I mean, that's how crazy the talk was relative to that in the mid 90s. Almost near the year 2000, that talk was kind of percolating all across from the mayor's council all the way up to Adelup. It was a pretty interesting time.
It was, yeah. Throwback, flashback Friday, guys.
On snakes, of all things.
Right.
There were also recipes that people were being encouraged to eat the darn things. I don't think anybody wanted to do that. I remember that.
Dr. Ann, I've tried snake before. It tastes like chicken. That's what they say about all the mystery meats, but it does.
Dr. Pobutsky, good morning. First,
hi, Dr. Ann.
Yeah, welcome to the show. It's how much of people in your line of work as an epidemiologist and someone who tracks diseases does Guam's snake problem pose, if at all?
It's a totally different issue. It's not a health problem. It's an ecological problem. It's a problem for agriculture and the ecosystem because they preyed on the birds. And I don't know. I came in late. I didn't hear this.
It's just another Jason Solis left field question. Don't mind, Dr. Ann.
Okay, about the brown tree snake.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I was just curious if part of your scope of responsibility in
do
any
they
way,
carry disease? Is
yeah,
what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, I will take a quick break, and we're going to come back with Dr. Ann Pobutsky from the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Well, that was a fail on my part.
Jason Solis's weird question.
Great job, Jay. Great job.
Yeah, Jay, you go. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning, Guam. Biba Betnes.
Banners post. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Body. First issue, it's Friday. Whoa! Good morning, Guam. Right on. It's The Link on the Breeze. Boys Week. Sabrina Salas Matsanani on vacation. Let's head into the Zoom room where Dr. Ann Pobutsky is sitting by. Good morning, Dr. Ann.
Good morning. I can barely hear you.
How about now?
A little better.
Okay, right on. Doc, so I guess we'll just start.
No, I can't hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Really low. I've got it on 100% here.
Okay, how about now?
No,
So you can't hear me now.
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
That's weird. They're fiddling with stuff here, Doc. So I guess we'll just start at the beginning. What with numbers and all that? What are you? I know you're crunching a bunch of data, so I guess just give us an idea what you're working on.
Based on the SITREP, there were, as of last night, there were 7,528 cases. We had 0 local cases reported yesterday and 7 from travelers.
Wow.
Those happen to be DOD personnel coming in. In the past week or so, we've had, and we know it's still out there. It's just we didn't have any reports yesterday out of 600 some tests. 0 local cases. So Guam's doing pretty well. In the past couple of weeks, we had a couple of church groups with cases. Those seem to be always cropping up. The issue of large gatherings, I assume, and people singing, praying, and that's a great way to spread respiratory viruses. An increase in some of the military cases. We're not sure. We know 7 of them from yesterday were guys coming in. We work closely with the military on trying to squelch those kinds of fires that light up. We do know it's still out there, but we're at a really good point. Moving forward, I think that issue of it's going to come back in. Even if we do the best that we can and the CAR score is 0, how do we prevent it from coming back in here? And that's been the issue all along. It started with travelers back in March. Right. We had our surge that was contributed by military guys and then people traveling, coming home for funerals and et cetera. So that's a big issue moving forward, even as we start vaccinating everybody and try to. We've done some updates on the website. The dashboard now includes the number of people vaccinated, as of the latest numbers, and some characteristics on the deaths. So that's been updated, and our team continues to just report the daily numbers and try and keep on top of this as cases crop up and try to mitigate it, because I think the next big issue is going to be how do we deal with travel coming in over it's been a year almost. Yeah. And how do we deal with this second year? And the kids are back in school, which is great. So we're watching that to see if anything happens in the next few weeks over, the kids getting back. There's talk of trying to prioritize some additional groups for vaccination, including DOE staff and teachers and so on. So that's where we're at.
Doc, if you could refresh our memory, because it's been a minute, but there's a Operation Sea Dragon exercise that's going on, I think, I want to say next week, but there's going to be all kinds of military coming. So with these 7 DOD cases, what's the protocol after they test positive? And then where are they testing positive at? And then what happens after we get those results?
Well, those 7 who came in were tested at U.S. Navy Hospital, and then they do the follow-up and on that. And we work also closely with Anderson. We have a weekly call with the military to keep tabs on what's going on. Yes, remember the big ship that was here? Yeah. It's just something we have to monitor and contain.
So let me ask you this. So the travel coming in is really something to look out for. And they're also talking about changing up the quarantine, right? Have you been part of that discussion? And do you think it's prudent to change up the quarantine given that we're now really watching our ports of entry for new cases of COVID?
Well, the quarantine is still in progress. So until they, so we're still catching people in quarantine. We're catching these military guys. There's discussion about lifting it, but it hasn't been lifted yet, because obviously that's a big concern, because we have to have some kind of policy or protocol to deal with travelers. And people are talking about it. That's all I know, is that it's under discussion and trying to move forward, how we test people and so on.
How in,
Right now, we don't have enough. I mean, we can't test everybody who comes in, but ideally, I think that's what there's got to be some way to either test people. Well, they test them at quarantine, of course, but they're trying to develop some kind of a system for travel, because that's going to be the big issue, especially with what's going on in the U.S. and that's not going to abate anytime soon. So that's our biggest worry. Even though, there are local cases that, we're trying to keep a tab on that, but that'll be the next big issue, I think. Travel, mitigation, and of course, trying to vaccinate everybody.
what was the deal with the other day when we had 30 cases out of 1,000 some tests? You have any additional information about that?
That was probably over a week's time. That wasn't one day.
Okay.
I know there was a little uptick last week, but it wasn't 30. That was over several days, and it probably included a weekend.
Right.
Our numbers have been pretty good, under 20 daily for the past week or two. And as I mentioned, there was a couple of church groups that we had issues with, and I believe there was an agency, a GovGuam agency, Revenue and Tax had to shut down because there were some cases.
Right.
So we've been on top of those.
Yeah, my daughter's a dentist had COVID, and there was a whole deal where they tested everybody at the office and stuff. So I know that the number of positives are down, but I think anecdotally, the people who are positive, I mean, it's like they're getting positive in high impact areas like, Rev and Tax, right? So we might not see a lot of positives, but the ones we are seeing are shutting down government agencies. Dr. Ann, this is kind of a random one, but we had a comment here. Is there an issue with people coming in from the States just to get the vaccine here on Guam? If you follow national media reports, they're having major issues rolling out the vaccines and getting people vaccinated. So is that something you heard about, Doc? Or?
Not yet. The people have to present an ID. I'm sure if somebody comes in with the Nevada ID, they have to prove residency. I think they have to have a local ID. I don't know about that. I haven't heard anything about that. I do know there were stories in Florida about people flying in from New York just to try and get the vaccine and line up in Florida, but that has not presented itself as an issue yet.
You're right. And you want to kind of talk.
Again, we're mostly doing Monamco and local first responders and healthcare workers. Presumably they all work here, and we haven't seen any, elderly people coming from.
Dr. Ann, let me tell you, it wouldn't even be far-fetched. I could totally imagine somebody here saying, "Oh, Auntie didn't get the vaccine yet? Yeah, no, let her fry out. We'll get her the vaccine." If you want to put it in context, Dr. Ann, because if you do read national reports, they are having major issues getting a lot of people vaccinated. And I want to say that given all the hiccups and speed bumps that we had, with the first few vaccination clinics, and, I'm not one who hands out praise easily, but I want to say that we're doing pretty good with the vaccination effort. And I'm saying that totally objectively when you look at other areas.
Oh yeah, I think we're ahead of the game. We're following the guidelines of the there's a advisory committee on immunization practices, and then Guam has a advanced vaccine and antiviral policy committee that meets every week and as needed to tweak this as we're going. As you notice, they put all the cars outside, up at Okoto. They got rid of the line outside the high school, and they are basically have a system where people all come in and they line them up with their cars and they get them through. It takes several hours, but people are getting their vaccines. Yes, we're doing a much better job, but we have a smaller population.
It is
so
what
that's
it is.
good.
Yeah.
That's good. Maybe we'll get everybody vaccinated and we'll get herd immunity soon.
Doc,
several months. It's going to take several months. We've got to follow, step by step each group and make sure people get their second shot for the two that need the second shot. And then there's probably more vaccines on the way. And we don't know what's going to happen because there's a new administration in Washington. Maybe they'll speed it up.
Or slow it down. You never know. But Doctor,
just don't know.
Is there a danger at all? I mean, not danger is not the right word, but we've got a bunch of vaccines. We were able to get a bunch at the beginning. Is the flow of vaccines into Guam going to be consistent enough for us to meet these goals that we have to get everyone vaccinated?
What was the exact question? Do we have enough supply?
And are we going to keep having that supply consistently until we are able to reach our goal?
We hope so. That's actually not a question for me. That'd be a question for Annette. And I do believe we're on some kind of a schedule where we get so many either per week or per month. I don't know how the logistics of that work, but I think we're good.
Right on. Wow. You never hear Dr. Ann really say we're good, right? What year is this, guys? What's going on? Doc, let's talk about the variant. What have you been reading about this variant of COVID-19, the mutated strain? There's like a UK variant, South Africa variant. Is there a Mong variant? I don't know.
Well, there's actually 4 different variants that they're trying to keep tabs on. We know the one that from Britain, and it's now in the various places in the States. It just happens to be a little more contagious. It doesn't mean it's more severe, but I don't know about the structure of these viruses, but it's more contagious, so it'll spread and there'll be more infections. So we don't want to see that. What we are doing here, and what the CDC is doing, is requesting all the states and territories to send samples of what we're seeing here to the CDC for molecular sequencing. That's part of and we're just starting to do that. So are all the states, because they're going to sequence it and find out what strains are going around where, so they can keep track of it. And that's going to be probably an ongoing process, because they think it's kind of like the flu. You know how every year there's a new flu vaccine, because there's different strains of the flu that circulate in different parts of the world. And every year the CDC has a group that gets together every end of May, early June, and they get together and they look at all the strains going around and they decide what's going to be in the vaccine. It could be that was what's going to happen with coronavirus in the next year or two, that maybe people will have to have a booster because they'll have to tweak the vaccine because of these different strains and all of that. But from what we know right now, and maybe we don't know a lot, they think the current vaccine will protect people from that variant. There's another one in South Africa that they're also worried about. So there's thousands of strains. Viruses always mutate. So there's only a few that they're kind of watching because of the particular properties. And again, they're going to do molecular sequencing all over the U.S. and Guam is included in this. So we're going to be sending our samples to the CDC. And we'll see what's circulating here.
Right. So as of now, we don't have a way to tell if someone comes in and they test positive for COVID. We don't know if it's the regular COVID or the new COVID.
Nope. Sorry.
And we're not alone in that, right? No,
of course not.
All right. Doc, what else are you working on here?
We're working on trying to write up some of the data on the health disparities that we've been seeing, and kind of looking at this whole issue of COVID-19. It's not just a pandemic, it's called a syndemic, because initially people thought, oh, we're going to see flu and COVID. It's like, no, what we're seeing is two categories of disease interacting in the same population. So we have all these people with chronic diseases, and especially diabetes. So we have this kind of non-communicable disease that puts people at risk for severe outcomes. So that's a disparity. And those kinds of issues are not just here, in Hawaii as well. For example, Pacific Islander populations have a smaller proportion of our population, but higher number of cases and deaths. And that's because people keep using the term, I think I talked about this before, multi-generational households. Well, a lot of us live in multi-generational households with 3 generations. There's also the issue of overcrowded housing, where we have a whole set of issues related to this that are related to housing and poverty and overcrowding. So if you're in an overcrowded house, there's no way you can social distance. There might not be a way to keep someone isolated at home if they are. So these kinds of issues go beyond just the medical component of a pandemic or an outbreak. They're called the social determinants of health, and they are huge, have a huge impact on disease.
Hey, you know, when Public Health sent the rapid engagement team out to Santa Ana last weekend, 0 positives. Were you surprised with those results, Doc? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're pleased with them, but were you surprised?
I'm sorry, which one was this? Was this a couple weeks ago?
This was last weekend, Santa Ana. They sent out the RET, the rapid engagement team.
I don't pay attention if there's 0 cases. And that's great. I think it's wonderful. They can do that and
Keep doing it, right?
that's wonderful. I think it's great that there's none. I'm only paying attention to the positive.
All right.
Right. We're also doing a lot of grant writing right now because there's some additional money for our program and to enhance some of the lab money for shipping off these specimens. And then there's a new grant that we're doing. So I have the team working on the data. I'm trying to write things right now. And so we're just keeping track of what's going on, and we're trying to write some more grants to get some more money to, and let's just hope we don't have a surge, because then everybody will be just doing that, addressing the problem.
Right. And let's talk about that, the realities of a surge, because I feel like we've really turned the page with the vaccination, just people's top of mind, state of mind right now. A lot of people feel like it's over. So when you mention the specter of a surge, let me just ask you, how realistic is that? What are the odds, and are we prepared for it?
Well, I think we're better prepared than we were back in August. The issue, again, becomes that issue of travel. How do we make sure we keep it from coming in back into Guam, and then seeing what happens with schools opening up, and then just kind of staying the course for a little while, keeping the bars closed, making sure churches aren't having huge, gatherings with people praying and singing and spreading virus. And again, the travel issue. And then we have to see what happens when the schools open up.
So, Dr. Ann, if I go to mass, do I sing or do I not sing? Because I sing, but I don't sing so loud, and I'm wearing my mask. I just want to be, I want to be, sure.
I don't know what they're doing in the churches. Do you go to mass? Have you
Yeah.
seen people social distancing and wearing masks?
Yeah, it's actually pretty.
Well, they need to keep doing that.
Yeah.
The cases I'm talking about were within the past couple of weeks where there was a church retreat. That's not social distancing. That sounds like a revival or something where you have a whole group of people and they're probably singing and praying, and then
They're bringing out the
other one-
rattlesnakes.
brown tree snake.
They're bringing out the brown tree snake. Ooh, boy. Sorry. It's fundamentalist light. You start in baby steps, start with the brown tree snake, and then.
I'm pretty sure, Chris, that's not what the good book meant when it said make a joyful noise unto the Lord.
Well, the problem is churches are good places to spread respiratory viruses because of the singing and praying, and if you're not wearing masks or you're not social distancing, you're having a retreat, you have a group, and you're all eating together. It's like, no, that's asking for a spread of if a virus is there.
Yeah.
So
And I
we're
mean,
just keeping an eye on these kinds of things, and we hope the bars stay closed. Sorry, folks.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like the bars are closed, but you can go to any number of restaurants and have like 20 beers and order some nachos, and they're open. So it's interesting to me, Doc, to see how many of these businesses that were strictly bars back before the pandemic hit have really evolved and maybe thrown a few things on the menu so they're able to open. But yeah, you heard it from the territorial epidemiologist, and if she's saying keep the bars closed, then good luck with that. Doc, so back to I think it's interesting that you bring up the church events being spreaders, because we did see a release out of the Archdiocese, but it's interesting that the spread in this case came from outside the Mass, right? So I guess at the friary, there was one a priest who had been positive, right? And that has led to the closure of 5 churches, presumably for the next 2 weeks, but until further notice is what the release said. So, I mean, it kind of seems to me like with this church retreat and with this case at the friary, and just kind of knowing what people are doing out there, people are letting their guard down, right?
I don't think they should. I remember Korea early on in the pandemic. they kept their numbers down, and then all these people went to these religious gatherings and it flared up again. And that's always a problem, because religious gatherings are, I know people want to do their thing with the religion, but to keep it toned down, and you have to follow protocols.
Yeah.
That's all, because we don't want to see any more spread. We don't want to see this flare up again.
Yeah. And I mean,
But it's still out there. It's still out there. Just because we had 0 numbers in one day doesn't mean anything, because we had the travel cases, and then we've had some of these church groups and an agency where people all work. So
Right, yeah.
we still have to be vigilant. It's not over. These things flare up. They go in cycles. So we just don't want to see the next cycle. I don't know if Guam can be good at containing this. We hope so.
Well, I mean, I got to give
Moving forward.
our people credit, because Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, all of these like major holiday events went by, and we didn't see the big numbers that.
I know, isn't that great?
Yeah, I feel like it's really awesome. Doc, we had Lieutenant Governor on earlier in the week, and full disclosure, he is not an epidemiologist, but he did talk about bubonic plague in China. I don't know. Is that something that's on your radar?
There's always bubonic plague in China.
Oh,
And the
so that's
Middle
a
East, I
regular. That's just a Tuesday in China.
Well, there's nasty things all over the place. Somebody was talking about Nipah virus again. So people are watching these infectious diseases. That's great.
Yeah.
But right now it's still COVID. I haven't seen bubonic plague here yet.
What about STDs? I know every time you come on, we do COVID, and then towards the end, you're like, yeah, STDs.
Well, I have some numbers here if you want to see
Yeah,
it.
let's get some numbers out there. Guys, if you're eating breakfast, brace yourself.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Oh, you have to open up my screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Doc.
Okay. Is that good? Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet, Doc. Oh, there we go.
Okay, here.
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay, guys, don't freak out. This is not COVID. Okay, this is STDs. That's so actually
this
do
is
freak
sexually
out.
transmitted diseases. This is chlamydia and gonorrhea and syphilis, and you can see it's going up. Syphilis kind of just smolders. Chlamydia was big. Gonorrhea was a bigger issue, and then it kind of switched over to chlamydia, which is a little bit nastier. And these are up through 2019. We don't have 2020 numbers yet. I wonder if I have also Hansen's disease. No, that's not.
Hansen's disease. That's leprosy,
I
right?
don't have it up. I don't have it up. No, just deal with the STDs. This is a good graph. I can show you that another time. Just these things never go away. That's why we have a whole section that's just STDs, HIV, and hepatitis. And then we have another branch that just looks at TB and Hansen's disease. So you think infectious diseases, well, these are a little bit more slow moving, but this is a big issue.
Yeah, let's
There's
talk
chlamydia.
about. Let's talk about, Doc. What are the symptoms with chlamydia, affectionately known as the clap?
No, I think syphilis isn't gonorrhea the clap.
I don't know. I'm actually glad to be very, inexperienced with these types of things.
Me too. And the issue is that we just don't know if chlamydia was out there. We didn't really know how to maybe test for it. This goes back to 1968.
Wow.
So a lot more problems with gonorrhea and syphilis,
Right.
especially gonorrhea. And then it just kind of switched.
Yeah. So, what are the symptoms of chlamydia for those people who are listening this morning?
You need to get the STD people on here.
Oh, you don't have like a cursory knowledge of.
Well, just that use a condom.
That's it. There you go.
That's the best way. use condoms. I mean, these things are nasty, and you have to have treatment for them. And some of them, it's just nasty.
Right. So these are things you catch. They just don't run their course and go away. You got to go in and be seen and all that. Right.
Well, you should get someone from the STD branch to talk. Get Vince Ogden to come on.
Right. I think we'll
And
do
you
that.
might want to talk about TB and Hansen's. That's another big issue we have. Those are the biggest. That's why they have their own separate program. Whereas right now we have a COVID program, but infectious diseases includes everything. But STDs and TB and Hansen's have their own program. Right now we kind of have a COVID program. That's what everybody's dealing with. But this is a once in a century kind of event.
Right.
We hope. We don't
Yeah.
want to see this happen again.
Amen,
We don't
Doc.
want anything else coming in here like plague or cholera.
Right.
Or what did you talk? What did you say?
Bubonic plague.
The bubonic plague.
Yep. As long as we're
It's told us
zombie.
all the time in China, and Asia, I believe. It's there.
Okay. I just think when people read these articles about the next thing or any kind of illness, it goes from like 0 to COVID level event so fast, right? Because people are just more in tune. Doc, thank you for your time. Anything in closing here that you want to tell the people of Guam?
Just stay the course. We're still watching it. There's still flare-ups. We have it. It's coming in from outside. We want to keep it down here and try to prevent it from coming in, and just bear with us until everybody, until we get herd immunity. That's what we're aiming for in the next, I don't know how long it's going to take, 6 months to get most of the population vaccinated. It's called herd immunity. We're trying to get herd immunity, which is also called population immunity. So this would be where we get immunity through the vaccinations. And so just bear with us and get when it's your turn, go get your vaccine and keep an eye out. And you still have to wear your mask. You still have to social distance. You can't go to the bars, So this is going to take a while. Pandemics usually last several years, and we just finished the first part 1 year. So,
yeah.
But this is the vaccine was developed in record time, so that's really, really good.
Doc, let me just ask you, I was lined up somewhere yesterday, and, there was a place, there was a line outside, but the guy in front of me didn't have his mask on, right? And we were social distance, but, I'm curious, how do you handle that when you go somewhere and someone doesn't have a mask on? How do you politely say, yo, where's your mask at?
I don't know. That's like social norms. Actually, there was some commentary about the inaugural ceremony where all these politicians, and they were mostly male, even I don't know if it was Obama or Clinton, and then they were walking around like this.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You have to cover your face. And I don't know if it's a guy thing or you can watch. You can look at that on YouTube or something. The inaugural ceremony. It's like, I don't know. Can you politely say, "Excuse me, you're putting us all at risk"?
Yeah, but you never know which one of these. It's like a landmine.
People wear their masks. They're really good here, and mask wearing is not going away. It's great. That's why we're seeing. We haven't seen a lot of flu. I mean, we're still looking for it, but people are wearing masks. It's a great thing. That's what they do in China all the time because there's so many respiratory diseases over there that people wear. Some people wear masks all the time in China.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And Taiwan and other places. And maybe that's the new normal. I really don't know.
I like it. Like I always say, I think I look pretty good with 50% of my face covered.
Well, you have a nice mask.
Yeah, it's Crowns. Thank you, Crowns. Dr. Ann, thank you for your time. So it's not over. Do your thing. Watch your distance. Wear your mask. What's the other one? Wash your hands. Sorry. Wow, I can't believe I forgot that. I'm just so used to doing it. That's why.
Wash your hands.
Also
The
use
mask is
protection.
more important than the social distancing.
There you go. Thank you, Dr. Ann.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see you.
Adios.
There you go, Dr. Ann Pobutsky. Always a great interview here. Covered a lot of bases. Some of the takeaways: don't freak out about bubonic plague in China. They always have it. It's regular. It's something they deal with. Also, guys, protect yourselves at all times. Okay, you don't want to. You saw those numbers. I mean, that graph was worse than COVID, Sean, with the chlamydia.
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to like, okay, be careful out there. I mean, I think I was reading things about having sex during the pandemic, people trying to prevent COVID, but they're home. But there's other things that graph kind of would scare people off right away. Oh my gosh.
Scare some
At
people
least,
right into
social
abstinence.
Bad ways. Oh man, my goodness gracious. Well, glad the bars are closed. That number's going to drop.
Right on.
No,
Yeah, you're on, Jay.
No, you know what's actually it's no laughing matter, but what's kind of somewhat related is I don't know if you guys know this, but koala bears tend to have a form of chlamydia when they're young, and now there is an epidemic, and people are worried that there might be a rise in chlamydia because it's contagious.
Not the koala bears, Jay.
No, down in Australia,
Thank you,
it's an
Jay.
epidemic
I think
in the
the
koala bear.
entire
I'm
continent
not
of
joking.
Australia appreciates your words of wisdom on the koala bear.
Apparently, I'm on a zoology tip today because we're talking about snakes, we're doing koala bears, and we're doing.
I never thought I'd be on a radio show where or a multimedia broadcast show where koalas with chlamydia was. It just, I don't know.
They're not going to make our graph, by the way.
No, yeah.
But there is a concern about whether that might be transmissible again to humans because I mean, look at this.
Okay.
The reason why the whole pandemic started allegedly is apparently from a bat.
Maybe they got to form a task
Good morning,
force.
Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Yeah, good morning. It's 8:03. Sean Gumatata in the Zoom room. Jason Salas, Joe Sir. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you guys so much for jamming with us here on the link.
Good morning to the snakes.
You can jump on the radio or, again, our Facebook live feed. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with Maria from Pratehi Lutegzin. They got a press conference going on. I think it's later on this morning, so we'll kind of give you a heads up about what's going on there. Also, Senator Tello Taitigui and a couple other things that we're going to be talking about here on the show. We'll go ahead and read off this magistrate's hearing as yesterday in the Superior Court of Guam. Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas was magistrated. Of course, he is accused of murdering Andrew Castro in Santa Rita, this gruesome decapitation. So we'll do that. We'll also talk a little bit here about the new stimulus that's coming out as the Department of Rev and Tax has issued their new guidance about who can and who won't get a stimulus payment. And this is pretty interesting. I was talking with some people last night about this. Some people are upset about it. There's a couple different interpretations of this new stimulus out. There's one that the federal government has that seems to kind of contradict our local guidance, which was approved by Treasury, of course. So we'll talk about that. 9 o'clock, we got the after party, and we're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff. I prepared a couple clips from some interviews we had on the show here. I've got one from Roy Respicio, the Port GM, and then one from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio that we'll play at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. Before we get into the after party, if you haven't heard an after party, we just get a bunch of people together and we talk about current events. It's a lot of opinion, and it's a good time. I love it. It's 8:05 again. We're KUAM FM. I got New Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, my name's Chris. Adios. Back. It's 8:05 again on a Friday, January 22nd. This episode of The Link is proudly brought to you by Carrier Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. Good morning, Guam.
Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Waited till I saw the sun. Don't know why I didn't come. I left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I could fly away, but I'll be a vagabond, driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched in wine. You'll be on my mind forever. Out across the endless sea, I would die in ecstasy, but I'll be a vagabond, driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched in wine. You'll be on my mind forever. Something has to make you run. Don't know why I didn't come. Feel as empty as a drum. Ooh, baby, don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come.
94, The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning. It's 8:12 on a Friday. We got Shango Matata standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room. And for Taylor Tegzen coming on in just a couple minutes, and we'll get Senator Tello to come on and just kind of catch us up on what she's working on. Of course, we loved having her on during the pandemic. She was part of that with Senator Terlahi, Senator Sabina, Senator Kelly, and Senator Tello were, very consistently calling for transparency and accountability during the highs and the lows of the pandemic. So it's always good to catch up with Senator Tello. And just let you guys know with the link, every day of the week, we try and bring people on just to give us a weekly update. And so we just reached an agreement with Mayor's Council President, Mayor Jesse Allig of PD. So Mondays, he's going to be coming on and providing an update. He'll bring, whichever mayors are working on whatever. And then I know you guys know Tuesdays, we get Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Wednesdays, we get Superintendent John Fernandez. And I don't want to be premature in saying, but we're really close to getting Speaker Therese Terlahi to commit to a day on the link here to come on and just kind of provide you guys with an update. I think it's crucial to hear from these different voices as we really try and navigate 2021 and, hopefully reach a destination that's a lot better than where we were at in 2020. And we'll also kind of go on with this Maggies. There's a new guidance out from Rev and Tax about the $600 stimulus economic impact payment too for Guam residents. But let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from Protay Lategzin, Maria Hernandez May standing by in the Zoom room. Good morning, Maria.
Half a day. Good morning. I have my 2 young kids with me, so I don't know how long they're going to allow me to speak here. But
hey, Maria, don't even apologize.
Thank you so much for having us.
I brought 3 kids
Sorry?
to work with me. I brought 3 kids to work with me. So
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, I do not know how you did it. Yeah, so we're gonna see how long before they interrupt me, but thank you so much for having me on to share this really important information. So Protay Lategzin, we during the pandemic, we've kind of like slowed down a little bit. We've been focusing on our families and basically trying to keep as safe as possible. But recently we received news that there's going to be no public hearing for the Ritidian Surface Danger Zone. So we're kind of starting up organizing once again. And it's just a really, really horrible news that we've received. This surface danger zone is going to extend over Ritidian and about 2.8 miles into the ocean. So there's not going to be, any fishing in the area while the range is in operation. And we're hearing, 273 days out of the year that the range is going to be in operation. But, Protay Lategzin has been doing this for a really long time and has spoke to many officials. And there was one build-up director who had told us that might not include training from other organizations, maybe local organizations that might be using the range as well. So it could quite possibly be the entire year that Ritidian would be closed to the public. And this is information again that we've heard from somebody who's involved in or who was involved in the planning. It was a previous administration. So it's just really, really troubling to us that we're not being allowed an opportunity for a meaningful dialogue to happen. I know that the DOD, they recently did an online public comment period, which is what they do for a lot of the build-up projects. And we've always kind of been critical of those as well. Just because it's really a short period of time that we're able to comment. And, people have reached out to us. They've said, we're intimidated by this process. We're intimidated by the jargon. They're reaching out to our group. Can you please make a template because we don't even know where to start? So we've done that in the past. It's just a really troubling situation all around because we don't know, we've exhausted so many avenues. There are 25,000, possibly more. I need to check the petition today because we always get more signatures, but 25,000 plus signatures on our petition against the range. We have 2 resolutions passed by our lawmakers, and yet it's still moving forward. So it really is extremely troubling to us, and you know, it really makes you question when you know, a DoD official comes on our local media and they say, it's not like the 1930s where we bulldozed everything. And, you know, when that's not the case, like
Maria, let me just interrupt there. That
Yeah.
she's
Go ahead,
referencing. We had Admiral Manoni on, and I had questioned him about the bulldozing of our ancestors up at La Texan, and he had responded, you know, it's not like the old days where, you know, the military's Yosemite Sam just bulldozing through everything, which was so ironic to me because that's like exactly what's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So to hear that, it just feels like more like lip service,
Yeah,
because the reality is that, you know, 3 cultural heritage sites were eligible for the National Register of Historic Places were recently cleared for the new Marine base, and that was without any public. The public was informed after it was already cleared. So yeah, this injustice to our culture, to our people, it's ongoing. And so for Taylor Texan, really, you know, we're not going anywhere. As usual, the pandemic slowed us down, but you know, we're always going to speak out when there's something that's compromising our culture and our heritage, and that goes for any organization that's making poor decisions that impacts our people and our culture.
Right.
You know, whether that's DoD or anyone. So we are holding a protest. We hope that we're giving the community a few weeks to like clear their schedules and try to make it down. We're actually doing 2 locations just for the sake of splitting up the number of people at each location so that we can have space to properly social distance. The protest is scheduled for February 6th. That's a Saturday at 4:30 p.m. 2 locations at Adelup. We want to call attention to our own local officials, and at the ITC intersection. We have a code of conduct for those that will be attending to make sure that it's a very safe space, and that includes social distancing, wearing masks. That's not part of our regular code of conduct, but of course, you know, mid-pandemic, we
Right.
want to make sure everyone's safe. So same with our last protest, everybody has to wear a mask or you can't stay, and then social distancing. We also have masks and hand sanitizer at a table that we'll be setting up.
And then
So the code of conduct, just really quick for people who might be attending, our protests are peaceful actions. We're nonviolent. We believe in respetu, so please practice respect with your words, actions, and expressions. We do not attack others and their beliefs. We don't use spoken or written profanity. Be mindful of those around you, especially Manumku and Manumku and children. Think of safety at all times and no smoking of any kind and no alcohol. Sorry, go ahead.
Maria, so press conference 11 a.m. This morning, right? Where can people
Yes.
see this?
We are planning to stream on our Facebook page. So if you want to follow there, it'll be there. And then if any media requests to record, we can set that up too. And we're going to be recording on our end, so we'll probably be posting. Every time we do a press conference, we like post clips ourselves on across Instagram and stuff like that.
Wow, I just thinking about what you said, and it's frustrating that this whole process continued to move forward during the pandemic, while I think most people who give a damn and maybe even had something to say about it were busy, you know, staying home and just trying to protect each other and protect those dear to us. So do you feel like there's a, because this is, to me, it's just so abstract, the idea of the firing range and the surface danger zone, and when they threw out that number that, it could be closed 270 some days a year, I don't think a lot of people really wrap their mind around it. And then come to find out that that's kind of like the baseline number. And then so with this Operation Sea Dragon, right? I'm assuming that when we have these like big military exercises that are like multinational things, if they use the firing range, that's going to be additional days that you're not going to be able to fish. I mean, I know how many fishermen, that's just part of their regular route, right? So that being said, how do you kind of like rally the support and the community around this? And are we going to maybe have conversations with the acting SHPO and the Gov on this?
We've always had consistent community support. That's never been an issue. I think when it comes to the protests, we just have people just need that like ample time to like clear their schedules and in order to attend. But yeah, we've always had from the very beginning, you know, as you can tell with the signatures on our petition, more than 25,000 people, that, you know, our organization is very much supported. Sorry, I told you. I didn't know how long I'd be able to speak, but yeah, so let me see if I can give him something. And then the SHPO, that's another thing that we are calling attention to. The SHPO is actually, there shouldn't be, we believe that there's a conflict of interest with the SHPO in his position.
You're talking about SHPO Pat Lujan, right? Who's in the Air Force.
SHPO Pat Lujan, the actual SHPO, not the acting SHPO Carlotta. So with Patrick Lujan, he is actually currently serving active duty in the I believe Air Force Reserves. Yeah. And you know, it's always been, we've given him the benefit of the doubt in the past when he first started. Okay, we met with him personally and he said, you know, I really do care about the community and about our heritage, but it's just hard to ignore that, like, that glaring conflict of interest that he's active duty in you know, the organization that he's supposed to regulate. So that's something that's been really troubling to us. And we just don't understand how the administration is not able to see that it's a horrible conflict of interest.
Pretty obvious, right, Maria?
Yeah, so that's something that we wanted to call attention to as well. And then recently the programmatic agreement was signed by the acting SHPO Carlotta. Yeah. And so, yeah, we feel like there wasn't really any opportunity for public input. I feel like the representatives that were allowed to negotiate the PA from our government, I don't know, it just feels like they catered more to like discussions with the military. There was not really any like avenue for public comment and public input. So that's something that we're concerned about as well. And this is going to impact us not just for the next 5 years that the PA is effective, it's going to be for generations, you know, these training exercises. And it's really concerning that the way that the process works is that the SHPO would only see the kind of like documents after the fact, kind of giving like a summary of the training versus being able to actually go to the trainings. Like that should be a requirement or something that is allowed, that our government representatives are actually able to attend the actual trainings just to you know, pop in at any time and make sure that protocol is being followed versus seeing documents after and like basing their opinion on the training off of, you know, documentation and writing
after the fact. Yeah, I mean, Maria, I feel like so much has gotten by in the pandemic, and I'm happy to see you again. I'm happy to hear you guys are out here, you know, going to be making some noise because, like I said, I feel like a lot of stuff passed us by while we were all hunkered down, and now I get this sense that a lot of people are, putting on their work clothes and just getting back to work, and this is what you guys do. So I just wanted to give you some time on here, and we'll catch up next week because there are some things that you said that I do want to follow up on some of the other issues. So that's 11 a.m. It'll be on Protect La Texan's Facebook.
Yes.
All right. And then I know we'll be covering it. Yeah, Jay?
Yeah, and we also have the graphic up there. Good morning, Maria. This is Jason, but we have the graphic up there so
Good
people can
morning,
find your Facebook page and
Jason.
participate.
All right. And so we put the graphic in our comments. Maria, go ahead and feed those kids. And thank you for coming on.
Jesus, Ma'ati.
I'll go
Thank you
Moss.
so much for the opportunity.
There you go. Maria Hernandez
Yes.
May, Protect La Texan. I think it's really, Maria, before you go, I think that, what you had said about the community support, it's always been there. And I think it's increased with some of these findings up there. Sean Gumatauto in the Zoom room now, where, they made some significant archaeological findings. And, when we talk about just studying our history as a people, there's a lot of valuable information that is to be found in, meaningful study of these remains. I mean, multiple remains, just all kinds of stuff they're finding up there. So I think when that kind of happened and people found out that there was a Taiulu, headless body that was discovered. I mean, there was only one other one discovered in the CNMI. So I think when that kind of started happening, it kind of just dovetails with this whole like renaissance of language and culture. And I think it really raised a lot of people's eyebrows. But like I said, this is all like kind of happening real time during the pandemic. So maybe it didn't get the attention that it deserves. So it's good to see those guys. 829, Sean Gumatauto here. We're getting Senator Tello on. She's actually already here. Sean, morning, my friend.
I wanted to add real quickly, back in 2009 when we first started the whole Guam buildup issue, and between me being in Washington, D.C., and being back and forth and assisting the former Governor Felix Camacho on the issue, it's so crazy to hear now in 2021 that the idea that that we have to continue to kind of badger the federal government for support on protecting our cultural and historical resources. I just can't believe it is still happening. They were supposed to be done with this about 4 or 5 years ago in terms of making sure there was a plan, the construction of the repository, the support of that. Today, to know that the group is having yet another protest about this issue, you just have to scratch your head. It just doesn't make any practical sense.
Yeah. Senator Tello, you have any thoughts on this?
Absolutely. I remember I was in the 30th Guam legislature. And good morning.
Good
morning,
morning.
KUAM family. Good morning, KUAM. You see me in there. But yes, I was, good morning. I was with Sean and during that time that this was all going down, and they agreed. And then of course, being with the Cowell administration when they were working on the 4 pillars and some of this, that was one of the reasons why Governor Calvo was not very supportive moving forward, because of they were reneging on some of the agreements that they made.
Yeah.
So this is a problem, and I'm thankful for all the activists that are out there. Maria, who's been on top of this from day one to ensure that everyone's eyes are open, and seeing what's really going on. And this is not being swept under the table or under the rug per se.
I think it's interesting to go back to that time where Governor Calvo, who was a Republican, was like, no, I'm pulling the plug on the buildup, totally don't support it, which is kind of something that I expected to hear from this governor, Governor Liu. And I know a lot of people in the activist community feel shortchanged by her leadership or lack of it on the buildup. I think that it was real telling when she would brag when we had these press conferences last year, and she would just kind of routinely brag about, oh yeah, I talk to the Admiral every day. Oh yeah, I got his number. Yeah, we're on the WhatsApp. Oh, we send each other memes. We're best buddies. And with that stuff being said, like at almost every press conference, I just would scratch my head and be like, how are we going to get any kind of equity or fair treatment in this programmatic agreement? And lo and behold, that that's exactly. Unfortunately. how
Well, you know, Chris, if I can chime in, I
Yeah,
think,
of course.
and I've talked to some of my friends that are at Adeloop about this issue. They're obviously the focus right now is on COVID-19.
Right.
So as the other issues that are bubbling up between, you had Sel on earlier about transportation issues. You have all this stuff that's happening in our seaport, our airports. All these other issues are happening on the fringe. Obviously, the focus is on a pandemic. With everything getting back, you're right. Things are starting to kind of bubble up. Oh, by the way, we've been doing this for the last couple months. It makes, it's like trying to balance your workload. If you're like a small business owner like myself, like I have a bunch of things going, you have to kind of have some good balance. And when there's a lack of balance, then these issues seem like, hey, what have you been doing for the last 12 months? And so you're right, the little bit of kind of a punch here and there that we are paying attention to the programmatic agreement. Man, I remember back in the first drafts, I mean, I read it. I thought it was, I went through it and had many iterations. A lot of articles, just like the conversations we're having here, would pop on it as well. So they all see it. It's about a review. It's about keeping to their promises. But from a policy point of view, it's still kind of dragging, and with changes now in the administration in Washington, D.C., expect more of that drag and change to continue.
Go ahead, Senator.
No, absolutely right. Sean is absolutely right. And it's unfortunately that this administration would be able to chew gum and walk at the same time. Even with the pandemic. And that means you have to think outside the box. Where many people are complaining that so many people are in the government are at home and not doing anything and still getting paid. We could have still moved forward. The SHPO could have kept moving in that direction. I think that we had a riff at the very beginning, remember, between Ugin and of course, Patrick Lujan, I think, who is
right.
now.
Yeah.
So I think that was a big issue, but I don't think there was enough reach out to the public that they needed to do. And I don't think the governor was there that much to really ensure that the public, that they are staying on top of this.
Yeah.
And we didn't see that. We didn't see that at all. So
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I remember when they had, a dozen organizations meet with the governor down at Adeloop, and I remember my daughter was one of them, and there was just such promise when Lou was elected, because I think she was able to really rally like a lot of these activists and community groups who, she was the Magahaga, right? So she had their support, but I think after that first meeting, a lot of people really were like, wait a second, what we're hearing from her with the national security argument wasn't really maybe what they expected to hear. And so I think that a lot of people were surprised by that, and she lost a lot of support on that. But you're right, Senator. It's just unfortunate. I feel like the removal of Linda Uggan as the SHPO, this was, I feel like it was, it was a blatant abuse of the merit system. And this is a story that I really covered. I'm close with Linda. And I think when she started to talk about invoking the stipulation that would just put the brakes on the whole buildup, and then you saw the administration go after her, actually take her out of that job and replace her with someone, who was just going to do what the administration wanted to do. That was huge. And I don't know why we didn't see enough. I felt like
it was so disappointing. Sean was there from the very beginning, when this all started out, and so was Linda. So she had a wealth of information, history and what went on. Some of this stuff is not documented, it's these conversations that were made. I remember when she spent, it was weeks and weeks, even at night, when I was leaving the office, her and Arthur Clarke were still going at it. So losing her was a great failure on our part.
Yeah, it was. And I remember
I have a different perspective on it. I think that when we think about the process itself, is that whether or not it's Linda Uggan or if it's Pat Lujan or Carlotta Leon Guerrero, it doesn't matter who's in that seat. It's important that the process that is set out for the program itself is being followed. I think you're seeing in Japan that the construction of the base in Futenma is beginning, but very slow. That means that on our end, in the Guam end, it's incumbent on the federal government in cooperation with the government of Guam, specifically the agencies who are mandated to support them, the public works of the world, the parks and recs of the world, the like, have to be in lockstep, ensuring the process is followed. It's not saying that we don't want it. It's saying that these guys have got to do what they're paid to do. If you're in the pandemic and you're teleworking, they should have been working every day throughout the entire last year to ensure the process was being completed. And that's why I feel a little bit different on it. I appreciate all of the what do you call the protests on it, because maybe they're not moving fast enough or not taking care of those issues. But there are issues that our government agencies need to continue to be in front of mind. If they're not doing it, then I think we got a bigger problem in our hands.
Right. Sean, I always value your perspective. And, like I said, I feel like it's back to business. We haven't really had this level of conversation about the buildup since before the pandemic. So it's a good talk. Senator, I wanted to bring you on. There was just a couple things that we wanted to bend your ear about. One of them was the CRER, basically the revenue numbers that you guys get as senators. And I know you had some issues with that, Senator. So go ahead and give it to us. And then I had a couple things I wanted to chime in about. So.
Sure. And thank you, Chris, for that. And that's one of the things that I look forward to every month. It's supposed to be given to the senators by the 21st of every month on the report on the financials, the actuals. And unfortunately, we're still having, well, at least I am. I think my other colleagues, so I asked if they got a copy of it, didn't get a copy of it. And they received it at the legislature on the 20th. Yesterday was the 21st. We still haven't gotten everything. And thank goodness, this speaker that's at the legislature, now Speaker Chalahi, had sent it to us, knowing that it was not emailed out by the Committee on Rules. So she went ahead and emailed it to all of our senators. So I'm really happy for that. She is definitely trying to make sure that transparency there is there at the legislature as well under her jurisdiction. So greatly appreciate the speaker for doing that. And as we're looking at the CRE report, I mean, the biggest issue here, and I think that it's a total red flag, is the special funds. You're looking at that. It just Customs and Quarantine alone is tracking almost $900,000 below projected revenues. And it's ironic, and if you're reading this, I know that KUAM as well as other media, when they look at these CRER reports, it's like a moving target. And for instance, in this November CRE report, it was stated that it was 89,750. That was the actual revenue coming in for Customs and Quarantine. But if you look at December, the actuals, if you look back at November, now it's 47,547. So it is totally a moving target, and we're not seeing anything really go up here. We're starting to see these special funds going down, and if you look at it, you're looking almost at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7. You're looking at about, oh my gosh, $6 million short. And now these special funds, they're appropriated to certain agencies like Customs and Quarantine, like GVB, like Guam Highway Fund. And when you're having this much in shortage, you need to readjust your budget. And it's very concerning. We wanted, I waited not to say anything until we hit the first quarter. And now that we hit the first quarter, you're looking at about 11 million in just regular general fund revenue shortage. And then you're looking at this one at almost 6 million. So that's quite a bit of funding, that some agency is not going to be able to get when they're appropriated their allotment, every month. So this is an eye opener, and I don't know how the administration is continuing to hire additional people with
Oh, you took the next question right out of my mouth. I was about to say, should we be hiring a deputy at Revenue Tax for 92 grand and with these kind of numbers?
Yeah, this is very alarming, and I think government of Guam needs to start looking at this. And finding out where they're going to start making these cuts now, today. I mean, we're all like, I think this administration has been relying on all this federal funding. Well, I think it's stopping right now. You know, it's really stopping, and it's not adjusting the numbers that are coming in for the actuals versus projected. It's amazing if you look at these numbers, and they don't think anything's wrong. Like I said, the hiring continues on.
Yeah.
And I think if we're going to ask them to clean their house, at the very beginning of this term, I've sent a letter to Central Files that oversee the budgets of the legislature and asked for the same transparency. And looks like I'm going to have to FOIA them, because I tell you, you know, the question I asked was very simple on a balance of what is the legislature's balance or their lapsed funds. And it was a very simple question. Please detail the budget balance for every senator as well as Central Files. And they come back with an answer. The Guam legislature has no public record to identify as detailed budget balance in this in its possession. They know exactly what I'm asking for, but because I didn't say it correctly, so now I have to be more creative in getting the right answer from them. I mean, why are they hiding this money at the legislature? How much does the after the end of this, the 35th, how much lapses is at Central Files? How much lapses does every single senator have in their budget? And they're not giving me this answer. I don't know why. And then I asked for, if you look at the staffing pattern for Central Files, the staffing pattern, I don't even see half of these people.
Oh Lord.
I'm like, where are all these people, you know?
Are you saying there are ghost employees at the legislature, or where Central Files? Yeah.
I just like to know where they are and what they're doing, you know, what their job responsibilities are to have this many people working at the legislature. Some people say that some of these staffers are coming from other senators' offices that are put in there, but paid under Central Files money.
Yeah, that sounds like
A
that.
senator is given a budget. That budget is meant to cover your expenses at your office and to cover salaries for your employees. So how is it that you're using Central Files money to cover other staffers? You know, we need to look at our own house and clean our own house. You know, I talk a lot about the administration and what they need to do, but let's start first with us. So I'm, you know, going to put out a FOIA asking for all this information.
Yes,
make it transparent.
ladies and gentlemen, even our senators have to send FOIA. That's where we're at with transparency in this administration.
That's sad. Well, at least, you know, well, with this legislature, that's actually, you know, Senator Barnes is now the oversight chair of, you know, Committee on Rules. And she also oversees central operations. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that, you know, at the beginning I've been working on to try and bring transparency to our body.
Let's talk about your house for a second there, Senator Tello, because this is something Sean and I were talking about before the show started. Is one of the big moves was the former policy director at Adelup now is the executive director of the Guam legislature. We're talking about Carlo Branch. Sean, that's kind of a big move, right?
Yeah, well, it's ironic that you bring that out, because one of the questions I asked in my letter was the staffing pattern and the salaries of individuals as well. And you know, the former director was Joe St. Augustine, who I thought he did a great job. Joe was very cordial. He always took care of everyone. He was very fair. You didn't feel that he was Democrat or Republican. He was just a very fair guy. So when I received this, I noticed that on the staffing pattern for January 12th, 2021, there are at least 5 individuals who are receiving less money than they did in the 35th. Same position, less money. Like one individual received $17.50 an hour, now receiving $14.50. So you have that. Then you get to the executive director, Carlo Branch, who got a raise. He was the only one at Central Files that got a raise, while everyone else either stayed the same or received less.
What's he making?
Now he's making $38.46 when the former director was making $37, but that's still that's more than 3,000 more gross. I haven't did the math on it, but during a time like this, why are we giving raises to individuals? So it's of all things, it's so funny how you brought that up. Why would they bring Carlo Branch in and give him a raise from that position?
Well,
I don't know. I want some answers though. I'm sure the people go on want some too.
Right on. Well, Senator, thank you for coming on. Definitely like how you, throw around the shade like it's nighttime. I love that.
Well, I just think that, I might not be very popular with people out there because, I call individuals out, but I just think that we need to stop turning a blind eye, and whatever works for us, is okay. And then we turned a blind eye for everybody. I don't think that the people of Guam wanted us in this position to do that. And if you're doing something wrong, then you should be called out on it, and I just think that I'm just going to go that path, whether I'm, not liked or what. I'm sure I picked up a lot of enemies because of this, calling them out, but I don't do it.
Hey, send me the staffing pattern unless it's up on the website.
Yeah,
I like that.
don't do it to create enemies or to create issues. I do it to correct, issues. I do it to correct it and to bring fairness and parity. That's, I think, what the people want. So,
all right. Well, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you. on that. Yeah. Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. It's
That's
always good to see you, John, too, as well.
Okay. All right.
Adios.
That's that. Senator Tello Taitagui. So, Sean, I thought that was an interesting move, bringing Carlo from Adelup down to the legislature. It kind of leaves me wondering who's directing policy at Adelup now.
No, that's a great question, Chris. I think by bringing Carlo back to the legislative branch of government, it's actually a good thing for them, especially as they're heading into the next part of the cycle, which is the preparation for the reelection at least the task of the reelection of the current governor of Guam. That also means that at the House, who's managing all the policy? It's a good question.
Right, but obviously Carlo is down at the legislature to kind of keep things in line. I mean, as the governor, lieutenant governor announced their reelection effort, I'm pretty sure they've got some big plans, maybe some big measures that they want to get passed, within the next couple of years. And, Carlo reminds me of that dude in Game of Thrones. God, what's his name, Jay? The
little one?
The Nanu, yeah.
Oh, Tyrion?
Tyrion, yes.
Lannister?
Yeah. Because, I mean, this is a guy, nobody elected him, but he's, able to orchestrate and maneuver and, get things done for this administration. So there's no doubt that that's going to be his role at the legislature is to try and, crack that whip and get the Democrats to pass the things that, Auntie Lou wants passed. So.
I'll say publicly, I am a huge fan of Carlo Branch. I think the world of him, I had the privilege of working with him during the Camacho administration. He is at the legislature for a reason, and he is to help push not only the agenda, but also to ensure there's a re-election of a Democrat governor of Guam. So it's not a, they couldn't have telegraphed that whole issue as big as they did. Right. But what happens at Adelup now is how do they work without him?
Right. And, I think Carlo Branch is just very good at what he does.
He is fantastic, man.
You're right, though. what do they do without him? Because I felt like he was just as when I was doing news, I mean, and even during the pandemic, if you really want an answer, like really, Carlo is the guy that you get a hold of. He's the guy that you shoot the WhatsApp to. You know, when Crystal or Janella aren't responding, you shoot it to Carlo. And so he's that,
in the room.
He's that backstop.
He has to be in the room. He has
Right.
to be part of that discussion. So
Right.
it's an important part of what he did.
So
and
how-
I say that because I did it before. That's
right.
why I know
and
that.
that's if you guys don't know, Sean was. I mean, he was basically. I don't want to say you were the Carlo branch of the Camacho administration, but I mean, you were like the communications guy for that administration. So you're very familiar with how all of this stuff works. But you know, moving Carlo from Adelup over to the legislature, obviously that's going to kind of leave a big gaping hole in the communication side, because I felt like a lot of times when you would ask, the Crystals or the Janellas for information, it would really come from Carlo, right? So now I'm just wondering with Carlo down there, and then Crystal has been promoted to the communications director. What kind of challenges is she going to face? Because, I mean, the heat is going to be on. This is the reelection effort. I mean, it's going to be 2 years of them trying to just paint this picture that they deserve another shot. So how challenging is that going to be for someone as new to the role as Crystal is?
Now, as a guy who was starting the second half of the first term of Governor Camacho as the director of communications, I think the pivot is always going to be, what do we need to do to finish the platform? And so the challenge that Crystal is going to face, I think we talked about this particular issue back in March. It was about how do we tell the people of Guam, or how do we show that the governor of Guam the whole administration is being realistic and then reassuring in terms of their performance. So I think that's going to be her biggest challenge. And, she's kind of doing it right now, and it remains to be seen. This whole year is going to be a critical one, especially as we get into the cycle. So we'll see. It's too early to tell just how effective that's going to be, at least the move.
Right.
But from experience, it's a tough one. And you got a guy like Carlo, who was there and helping guide policy with a lot of experience.
Right.
Now taking it a bit of a different level. It's going to be a big deal.
And then, Sean, I think another thing that's going to be different about it is the last year, and I'm assuming maybe the first few months of this year, is her role is really communicating this like vital information to the public. You know, where am I going to get vaccinated? Where am I going to get tested? Really like highly functional messaging, right? But as we get closer to the reelection, as we try and like inch our way out of this pandemic, that messaging is going to have to change.
Right. And Chris, one of the things I think you can look at early on in the show today was Selva Belta. She has to also manage, excuse me, she has to also manage what's happening at the Guam Transit Authority. She has to manage what's happening at Parks and Rec. She has to manage what's going on at Department of Labor. All of those things are happening right now on different fronts outside of the emergency response. Right. So I think that we kind of forget that the director of communications role is not just I'm going to spend 100% of my time managing the worst pandemic that we've seen in our generation, but it's also from a political point of view. Are we doing the right things to reach over to make sure we're taking care of things? I think the business community has a different perspective of that work right now so far. Yeah. So again, it's not just one singular issue, it's everything that's being thrown at the office of the governor today.
Good point, Sean. And it's definitely changed. I remember last year, and even pre-pandemic, we couldn't even get a director of a government agency without getting approval from, at the time it was Janella, right? But that's totally changed with the pandemic. The directors, I feel like they're given a lot of freedom to come on the link. I communicate directly with them. But I remember it was just funny because we would interview a director and they would have a foot in the mouth type of moment. Like I remember Ray Taposnia with the whole Guma Tranquilidad, turn it into sell it to the hotel or whatever. And then so after a few of these happened, the policy from Adelup was like, oh, no more director interviews unless it's cleared by Janella. And so we'd be reaching out to people and asking about rev and tax, like what's the status of refunds? Oh, did you run it through Janella? But that has totally changed, right? So I don't know if that was like a conscious separation of their involvement in the messaging of all the line agencies, or was it just because there was a pandemic and they had to get all the pandemic stuff out?
Well, right, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, we heard Cell today kind of talking about a whole bunch of different issues. I mean, has he had those discussions with Crystal, and has Crystal talked to the other members of the cabinet, from the National Guard to Public Health to the Hagåtña Restoration? It's hard to say. It's a tough job. I mean, you're on your phone all day long. You're talking with the members of the cabinet. You're trying to guide them, and then also the most important part that I think we're forgetting is it in fact reflect the position of the governor of Guam. Right. Okay, I think you have the opportunity to have the lieutenant governor on once a week, but the biggest takeaway from the whole thing is, does that messaging, is it consistent with Lou Leon Guerrero, who at the top of the entire organization is driving this big machine? So challenge to Crystal. I think she's off, she's out of the blocks. Okay. But, can it be sustained as we head into the next cycle? That's good luck to her. And I'm excited for what that means for her, but it is a big deal.
It's going to be hot because you're right. The next 2 years, I mean, everybody and their primo is going to be gunning for Adelup. People are going to be throwing all kinds of stuff, accusations, allegations, right? So,
I mean, if you put those aside, Chris, think about the platform itself, right? They're going to take the platform out and they're going to say, "Hey, you said this, this," and then did they in fact, what do you call it, achieve it? I will just tell a little secret. When I was working for Governor Camacho, that platform literally was on the top of my desk, and I looked at it every single day to make sure that we were consistent with that and ensuring that we actually accomplished it, because the electorate's going to remember, and then they're going to put it right on when they go in the voting booth. Should I give them another chance?
It's funny that you mentioned that, because there was a point, I think it was last year, right before the pandemic hit, where Sabrina and I had the hardest time finding the platform, because like you said, I mean, it's kind of like, okay, we're reaching the halfway mark. Let's dust off their platform. Let's see what they said, how they said it, and, when they said they would do the things they did. But it was really hard to find. I had to go back in my chats. They had it up on their website. It was taken down, but we do have a copy floating around, and that's why when we kind of
I have it too. I think I got it from Sabrina or from you. I got a copy too.
Yeah. And so that's why I think when we go into these issues like this ethics commission, I'm really disappointed to just hear the response be that, oh, well, they've been trying to do that for years, so whatever, because they kind of really campaigned on that there was no ethics commission and that they would be the administration to stand it up. And so when you hear that it's not funded,
priority, Chris. It's bottom line. It's a priority. Is that the priority of the governor of Guam? And it reflects her, and not to be so blunt, but it's kind of on her. If it's not her priority, it's not going to move forward.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's interesting that, I definitely appreciate Lieutenant Governor Josh coming on every Tuesday. But the governor is a big, I'll be honest with you guys, we don't even ask anymore. I mean, I just got tired of asking, and I think with the governor, I guess my advice to her would be to get a little thicker skin heading into this re-election, because as you saw during the press conferences, she's very easily triggered, and not really one to take criticism very well. But I think at this level, and especially with this election that's coming up, people are going to be gunning. They're going to be gunning, and it's going to be fun to watch, is all I'm going to say.
Absolutely. And I will be there with you guys. But as one of my Uncle Joe Defunto San Augustine used to say, if you don't have the skin like a carabao, you're not going to do very well in this.
Right. And so the remedy for that, and I feel like the governor doesn't really put herself in a position to be questioned, right? So her messaging is a lot of like, check my Facebook, and it's almost like a page from the Mike and Nicholas playbook, is you have this one-way communication, because for whatever reason, if you get the governor, like they had an event yesterday for the COVID, and so Peter Santos was there, and I was like, hey, you should go ask the governor about this Frankie Rosalind hiring, because it's just kind of basic. Like with the controversy at this level, if it was any other governor, they would either proactively come out and talk about it, or a member of the media would ask the question. But Peter's response was like, oh, they shoveled her away. So there's not really an opportunity for a lot of the media to ask the questions. And I just feel like it's like with this Rosalind thing, you would just kind of expect the governor to come out on any like big hot button issue. I feel like it's not much to ask that we hear from our highest elected official on where she stands instead of these, acute vaccination videos or whatever.
Gotcha. No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I agree.
Sean, it's been a good time. We're about to jump into the after party. I don't know. Do you want to hang out or do you want to grab your popcorn?
I'm going to listen in because you got some awesome people on the call. And again, it was great hanging out with you guys today.
Thank you. Right on. Sabrina's back next week, so don't be a stranger.
I will reach out. Absolutely. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Jason.
Okay,
Thanks, Joseph. Thanks, Steve.
Sean Gumatauto there. Always good to have him on. Guys, there was a couple things that I wanted to really touch on before we jump into the after party. One of them is this magistrates that we wanted to kind of read out. And this is the charging documents for murder suspect Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas, who has been charged with murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of deadly weapon used in commission of a felony. Also charged with aggravated assault as a second-degree felony with a special allegation deadly weapon used in the commission of a felony. And so the declaration portion of this magistrates, we kind of talked about this yesterday. These are like the charging documents, and they take like the police interviews and any other type of information that they have to charge these individuals, and they put them in these documents. Man, there's some juicy stuff that happens in these magistrates, right? Like especially some of these like pullovers or stupid crime things. I mean, just reading some of these magis, you're like, huh? But this one, we'll just go ahead and read it out to you guys. And this declaration is from Jeremiah B. Luther, Assistant Attorney General. It reads, I have reviewed Guam Police Report number 2101607 submitted by the officers of GPD, which sets forth the following events occurred on Guam on or about January 19th, 2021 at approximately 2 p.m. The GPD officers were alerted to a disturbance at an apartment complex in Santa Rita. Once on the scene, the preliminary officer identified a distraught female sitting outside the apartment. She was crying and told the officer that her husband was inside and that he was dead. Upon questioning, the female reported that the male was Andrew Ray Castro, the victim. She also reported that she had seen him alive and well earlier that morning when she left for work. The female reported that when she left the apartment, Andrew was in the presence of Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas, the defendant, and did not appear to be in any distress. She reported that no other person was in the apartment except for Ornelas and Andrew when she left for work. Ornelas was located and questioned after being advised of his rights. He wrote a statement in which he describes using crystal methamphetamine while at Andrew's apartment. In his statement, he wrote that he felt compelled to kill Andrew because Andrew had placed his family in danger. Ornelas wrote that, quote, I had removed his head from his body. I used the knife that was given to me. I placed the head into a black plastic bag, end quote. Ornelas went on to describe driving to an area in the north of Guam and leaving the head in a burned car in the jungle. Based on the foregoing, there's probable cause to charge Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas with, again, a murder and aggravated assault. So just some additional details from that very gruesome case. And I think on that note, we'll just kind of jump right into it with the after party. Guys, I know we're going to switch gears. There's a bunch of clips that I want to play here relative to kind of what people have been talking about all week with this hiring of former DOC guard Frankie Rosalind down at the port. We'll get to that. But first, let's get to this. I mean, a decapitation. You had the chief of police saying the word at the press conference. This is a gruesome, shocking murder. And it kind of got me thinking, guys, that, and I don't want to be cliche at all, but it kind of got me thinking, like, what's happening on our island? You know what I mean? For this, and then even other murders that happened in the pandemic. It just really got me down thinking about how Guam used to be, how it is now. How were you guys affected by the news of this murder? And we'll introduce our panel here. We'll start at the top. We have Natalie Kanata, who's very active on social media, very opinionated. And, I cruise my social media all the time. And so when I see people who post things or who take a stand on an issue or who generate engagement, I always make a note of it. So on that note, we asked Natalie to come on. And good morning, Natalie. Then we have Dave Lotz, who is he's known for hiking. He actually literally wrote the book on hiking for Guam, and I know he was with the Park Service. He's been to me a very consistent voice of reason relative to the military buildup and then on other issues too. So we value his opinion. Dave, good morning, Dave. Thanks for joining us.
Well, good morning, Chris and everybody else. I think the vast majority of you for varying amounts of time. So good morning.
And then we have a familiar face. He was a former senator in the Guam legislature, threw his hat in the congressional ring. And well, that didn't work out, but we have former Senator Will. I mean, I don't want to say he lost. That was the most tactful way I could put that, actually.
That was the most tactful way you could say that?
Former Senator Will Castro. Senator, thanks for joining us.
Political consequence. Half day, Chris, para todos amzuloqui. Buenos dias.
And then,
Good to be here.
thank you.
Panel.
Thanks for coming on. And then we have, I think he's the national committee man for the Republican Party of Guam, but he's been a regular on previous after parties, and he's a pretty frequent guest on the link. Juan Carlos Benitez. Good morning, Juan.
Good morning, and a warm half a day from our nation's capital.
All right, so he is in the nation's capital. We'll talk about inauguration too, guys, coming up. And then from the Dolls, we have my buddy Rachel Esteves. Rachel, thank you for coming on.
Morning.
And Monica De Oro, who's with the Micronesia Climate Change Association. She just wears a whole bunch of hats. She's got that Fangayasi, the cookbook. But again, we've had her on the after party a lot of times. We love having you on, Monica. Good morning.
So happy to be here,
Bethany! So now back to my previous question.
Hey, Monica, happy belated birthday, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Jason.
And, this is a big panel. It took me like 5 minutes just to introduce him. And so we'll just talk about this murder first of all, guys. Just your thoughts. I know Guam's a small island. A lot of people know Andrew and his family. But we'll start with you, Natalie, because, coming from down south, maybe this hit a little closer to home for you. What were your thoughts when the news of this gruesome murder broke?
I don't know. Terrifying. I just can't believe something like that is happening here. And then down south, pretty much everyone knows each other. So when I heard about it, I was like, please don't tell me I know that person. But I, kind of do. We all kind of know our relatives. So it's really sad, and condolences to the family.
All right. Dave, I know that you've been on Guam for a while, and this case actually had us talking about another beheading that took place. But I guess we'll just start with what was your reaction when the news broke of this murder?
Well, I think like most people, I was frankly appalled, and I think we have to be very concerned that while we're rightfully looking at COVID, we have other problems on the island that cannot be ignored. The other thing, though, it's troubling is if you look back at, I will use a time frame of 50 years, which is convenient because that's how long I made Guam my home. We have had other troubling murders on the island. If you go back into the 1970s, we had a group that was called the Mogfog Five that were involved in murders, and they ended up, I think almost all of them ended up dying rather violently. So there's a troubling element, and it's all tied to drugs. So there's this issue, and there's other issues that we seemingly don't really look at until it jumps up and stares us in the face.
That's a good point for context, Dave, because I don't want to sound naive when I say, oh, what happened to our paradise? I mean, I kind of feel that way, but you're right with the heroin epidemic and just looking back through the past few decades, we have had these cases of gruesome murders. And I think that this murder has sparked a lot of that conversation. I mean, we were talking about Hermie Santos. We were talking about Diana Ollie on, kind of in between things that were going on here on the link. Senator Castro, just your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think it's horrific. I think Dave brought up a good point. Many of us would probably suspect it's tied to an increase in drug use or maybe even narcotics abuse. But I think a major underlying factor here is the COVID situation. When you have a depressed economy, people lose their jobs. When you change your patterns of behavior, your whole life is changing, and some people cope differently. I don't want to say that this is indicative of that, but it's certainly alarming, and it's made its way to the barbecue tables. The Abanis incident, and then I don't know, the Hermes Santos incident was the one when he chopped up his mother. Remember that? I mean, that was some talk some time ago, and so
That was
makes us wonder.
That was Jay. Who was that again?
Which one?
Was that Tallham?
Fred
case?
Tallham from
Yeah.
Agate. Yeah.
And so this case, he killed his mother, and then I believe, God, this is brace guys graphic content.
Yeah.
I believe he had cooked some of her remains frittata, is what I heard, and actually served it to guests. And so when they responded to the scene, I know that he had some of the mother's body parts in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of the cases that people are talking about now because of this current one.
Yeah, so it begs the question, is there increased substance abuse? Is there going to be an increase in violent crimes? I don't know. We certainly pray it doesn't. We have, the whole point of being here, I think, in part is to discuss the change in power. Yeah. And hopefully there are better days ahead, and I can't wait to engage in that conversation.
Juan Carlos?
I think that this was an issue that's been extremely unfortunate, but an overarching issue that had been growing prior to the election about security in our villages. And there was a lot of calls about the increase in the police and police surveillance and protection in our villages. And that's something that we really need to look at. That should be one of our priorities as we move forward, is to make sure that we keep the peace and we keep the security of our folks in the island. This type of event should never happen in Guam. And when they do, I think that they need to feel the full force of the law behind it. This prosecution should not be settled. It should not be a side deal for a couple of years, as we've seen sometimes in the past. We need to set examples of the way that this type of case will be prosecuted as we move forward.
Rach?
What I just realized this morning was he's from Malefler, right? The Castro brothers, they're a band of musicians, like a family of them, and I just realized that, and that's really it's sad to think how personal it hits you, even with the Juan Uggan murder, that's my uncle, and I never having it actually personally affect you, and not knowing what happened and all that. It's just you never know. It could be anybody, and I'd forever personally, I'm gonna be feeling that way. It's gonna suck forever. That's the only way I can say it from a personal point of view.
Right, and I mean that is I know that Juan is your uncle, and then being in a band, and Andrew's in a band. I was wondering how you felt about it, Rach.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, Monica.
Yeah, I mean, it just really speaks to the need for more community engagement around the drug issue. We shouldn't have to wait till a violent incident like this happens. The drug issue has been happening in our community, as Dave Locke said, and as you said, for ages, and there hasn't been enough resources to adequately address this. I have people who have been dealing with addiction in my own circle and have not been able to get services that they needed because they're not seen as high level risk, or they're just the services are just at capacity, so they're on a waiting list, and they don't get any response from the people who are supposed to be serving people who are wanting to seek help. So there needs to be more counseling. There's the definite root cause of a lot of our social ills when it comes to addiction is that there's a lot of trauma, historic trauma, and a lot of familial trauma that we carry, and we look to these substances for some sort of escape. So there's not enough resources that we have as a community, or we're even looking at the resources wrong to really address this, and to really heal us from a deep and transformative place. So yeah, there definitely needs to be more attention. And gosh, I was a teacher. When I was a high school teacher, I was amazed at how easy and accessible it was for young kids to be getting things like methamphetamine. And it's really unfortunate that there isn't enough in prevention and in support of people who are wanting to change and wanting to really better themselves.
Right.
It goes from people that
from
have
a
mental
disease.
health issues to criminal. Like it's like people yeah, it's like people with mental health issues, they're not getting the help they needed, and like as like the long people to get help, they kind of veer over to the criminal side instead of getting their
Right.
like their addictions, their traumas, all that healed. Like, and that's how, like, you know, they eventually cross the line.
And that's where we're at now. Is we've got this perfect storm of low-level people. I mean, street-level people who are struggling with addiction, who are getting busted by GPD. People who aren't getting busted by GPD, who are living with addiction, who are smoking meth or abusing pills or whatever on a daily basis, but they haven't crossed that line where they enter in and they get arrested. They enter the system. I feel like we're making little incremental progress with the treatment and all that. I know that there's a women's treatment facility, but you're right. Behavioral health, DOC with the RSAT, what programs we do have are filled up fast. So I feel like it's a two-pronged approach. I definitely think that getting the treatment and the rehab, I mean, that's so crucial. But at the same time, I feel like we are also not doing enough to stop the big fish, the big drug dealers, the big amounts of meth that are coming in. And we all know how it's coming in. It's coming in through the post office. It's coming in through the port. So, well, I know we can all agree that we don't have enough on the rehab and the treatment facilities. What do you think we need to do better on the enforcement side?
Well, can I add something before we go to the enforcement? It's I think we've been too reactionary instead of proactive to deal with this problem. And to me, part of it needs to be part of the curriculum at our Department of Education. We legalize the use of marijuana and good or bad, and I know that there's difference of opinions. It sort of gives the impression that some of the use of these drugs are okay. And I think we need to educate our children with the concern about addiction, and that you can be addicted to alcohol, you can be addicted to many other things. But how to identify and prevent that before we're dealing with somebody that's already so far down the line that the only way to address them is either incarceration or through some of this really, really hard rehab. So for me, we really need to look at education in that regards. There is a federal program, and I know that under Governor Cabo, we fought and tried to declare Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands a HIDA, a high-intensity drug trafficking area. I think Will Castro was involved in that effort. That would provide to our islands around $13 million a year just for education, just for helping putting the advertising, doing the messaging and programming, so people could understand the concerns and issues. The second one is mental health treatment, the emotional, social dependency. If we can address those issues before they start getting into drugs, that's, for me, is the answer. And we need to support those doctors, make sure that they're covered by our plans.
Phil Flores is also joining the fray here on the after party. Phil, any thoughts on the murder, meth?
Okay, I apologize for coming late. I just came from a breakfast, so good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be with you. But Chris, you wanted me to comment on what?
We were just talking about the decapitation murder, and then we kind of flowed into methamphetamine. And I'd asked the question, I feel like we're making baby steps with treatment. Obviously, there's, a million miles to go. But what can we do better on the enforcement side and catching these big fish and trying to stem the flow? I mean, there's so much meth on Guam. The price of it is at an all-time low.
Yeah, just proving supply and demand. Let me stop before I comment on. Let me start with a comment on the beheading and Sergeant Tapao. What a great poker face he had, because there's the first day saying, yes, we found a body. We don't know the cause of death. And then the next day they go, oh, we found the head, deadido. So I would never play poker with that guy, because he's really got a straight face, and I like him. Drugs, it's been going on like Vietnam years. We had heroin. Policemen were getting shot and killed. But they rounded up the rascals who were doing it, put them in jail, and right now we're still doing that. But I guess we're eventually going to talk about the guy at the port who was smuggling meth into the prison.
Yeah, we're gonna get there.
Well, anyway, just no. I think I don't do drugs. When I was 20, I was 20, and I'm just glad ICE wasn't around then. But it's a real scourge. I don't think we go back to Nancy Reagan and just say no, because it's so far out there. Juan Carlos had a good point there about educating, but to me, the government is okay to do stuff, but it should really come from each of us as civilians and how we take care of each other. But it seems that there are so many families where those who should be teaching have they're already doing meth or whatever other drugs they want to do. I haven't heard anybody say, "Oh, meth is good. Let's make meth legal." I've heard so many people say, "I wish I was off it." And we have places like Lighthouse and others trying to help people. But I don't think we can rely on the government, not just because it's the government, but I think we have to rely on ourselves to try to fix this. If I had a child who was doing meth, man, it would put a hole in my heart. But I would do everything I could to get him or her out of that behavior. But it's such a terrible drug, and it's not like it's new. I mean, meth was going around here before my daughter was born, and she's 32. And I remember talking to a DEA guy at the airport. We were waiting for a plane. He wasn't even in Guam. We were just talking, and what meth does, and even if you're able to kick it, it still is in your brain for over a year, asking to give me some more, give me some more, give me some more. I don't have an answer. It's way beyond my comprehension to figure out an answer for this, except that easier said than done. Just said, don't do it.
Natalie?
Hey, Chris?
Yeah, okay, everybody. Yeah. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah, Dave.
I'd like to look at what's happening on a longer term in our community, because we've had changes in social institutions and changes in the economy that I think perhaps make drug use susceptible. In the 1970s, there was not more than 20 prisoners at DOC. Now it's over 200. And you look at weakening of family systems at institutions that we used to respect, such as the church, are obviously weakening, and part of it is their own demise. But I think we have to look at our social structures and not just totally rely on the government. And the other aspect is, economically, this is a terribly expensive place to live, and how many people are basically barely making ends meet, and perhaps they're looking at drugs as an escape mechanism. So just a few comments I thought would be appropriate.
Natalie, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. It was my kid trying to bust into my room.
Any thoughts on this? How do we kind of work on the enforcement? I'm trying to get through this conversation without saying Mandania Drug Task Force, but at what point do we kind of say, like, we need some type of body that just goes out there and is strictly like, we're going to go out there and we're going to nab people who are bringing in big amounts of meth? Because I'm not sure that
I wish it were that easy. You know, this is kind of an emotional subject for me. I lost my very best friend in the world to this, so I wouldn't even know where to begin. My mom is a counselor at mental health, and unless we've got, $1 billion to pour into a program like, fixing this and just nabbing people, it's so huge. I don't even know where to start with it.
And it has to be a two-pronged approach. You can't just do the police enforcement and have like a task force and expect that it's going to fix it. As long as people are getting addicted to it, the substance, that's where the problem lies. And for me, David mentioned the possibility of the families having a lot of weight on it. Yes, they do. But reality is most of our families are two working families. Both parents are working. Those kids are leaving school and getting home, and there's no one there, maybe grandma assisting on the side. But we need to pick up that slack, and we need to figure a way we get the Department of Education to work with us on this.
Good point.
If not, we're gonna lose this battle.
Monica, I know you got to
Some
go,
of those-
so can we get Monica one more time because she's got a 9:30 Zoom. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Yeah, just to think about when we're thinking about enforcement, there's only two ways to really get things into the island, right? There's the seaport and the airport, and then USPS or the postal services. So there definitely could be more work done around not only securing our island from drugs being smuggled in, but also biological invasive species. We have not had a really good hold on keeping out harmful invasive species on our island. And when you go to other places like Fiji or in New Zealand, even I've had the privilege to go to, their security, their biosecurity is like on another level, which also provides more jobs, which also creates a whole new industry of really just keeping not only our human population safe from harmful substances, but also our plant and animal relatives from harmful invasive species to come in. So there is so much more that we could do even at the government level to just beef up security, both in a biological sense and in a drug sense.
Thank you, Monica. Senator Will, go ahead. I know you got something to say. In the comments, you brought up a good point, and I agree. And this is just part of it too, is that Guam is so small. I feel like everyone knows who the big dealers are. Everybody knows who's chronic in their village, and you kind of know like which guys to watch out for, which guys to never leave your car unlocked around. That's the thing of like we get complacent, and I feel like our community is just a lot of people are just like, oh, that's just the way it is, just living with it, right?
But for me, I guess it's like anything else. Now, as a father of 4 kids, you need to take stock in your own family. And that's the convenient answer for many. When it gets complicated, when they're weaved into different social constructs at school or whatever, the basketball courts, skater communities, that's when these institutions kick in. But at the end of the day, if you know somebody, every family has a demon. Everybody, and it's how you're going to help them deal with it. But that's just me. That's just my conservative side saying, listen, whether it's mental health or financial support, this is not just about drugs. It's in everything almost that we do. We try to do that within our family. And so when it gets complicated, reach out for help. I know it's easy for me to preach that, but that's the reality. I think the Border Patrol, things that were mentioned in terms of importation of controlled substances, that's an important issue. But at the end of the day, if your kid rejects it, they're not going to touch the stuff. So there's a lot going on outside of your home that we can address as a community. And I can't wait to weigh in on that. Whether it's the Liu administration or the Trump administration and now the Biden administration. But at the end of the day, for me personally, now that I'm Joe Public, citizen public, it's my responsibility to take care of my family and how I do it best within the confines of the law. I have my own struggles, and this wouldn't be a proper forum to address it, but that's my perspective on this.
Guys, we're going to pivot just a little bit, but there's a theme that I've been talking about this week, and the theme is that and it kind of ties into what I said about us just kind of living with it, right? I mean, just dealing with it. But it's the message that we send to those who have been involved with meth, whether it's, some of our most powerful government officials writing letters of leniency to drug dealers or the former mayor of Jotnya, or whether it's, rolling out the red carpet to give contracts and jobs to people who have betrayed the public trust and been involved in smuggling meth into the prison. I feel like we don't send a strong enough message. Maybe we do out here, but, when you've got the high-paid government officials just kind of trying to justify and explain away, giving chances to people who betrayed our trust, I'm not okay with it. And I feel like with the hiring of this former DOC guard, Frankie Rosalind, down at the port, just the response from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Port GM Roy Respicio is I feel like they're looking at me like I have 3 heads and 8 eyes for just even saying that I don't agree with this. I don't think that we should be sending this message that, hey, if you try and poison our community with meth, we're going to go to bat for you. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that, you're set for life and you're good. I'm just not cool with it. So I'm going to play a few clips here, guys, just to bring everyone up to speed. on the timeline of our next topic. And so I'm going to pod you guys down if you're watching the show. I'm going to start here with this clip from Port GM Roy Respicio. And this all happened on the Link and all the other media on Island. Well, most of the other media on Island jumped on this story. And so this is the first interview we did with Rory, where he had asked him to confirm if Mr. Roslin was in fact employed down at the Port Authority of Guam. Confirm if former DOC officer Frankie Roslin is employed at the port?
He is, and he has been.
And under what position?
Under maintenance division.
I wanted to follow up on the.
But that's not a political position because it's classified. So it was merit based. That's another situation that I struggled with. Do you hold someone's past against them to the point where you're going to constantly keep holding them down? He submitted an application. He rated. He qualified for the job. He interviewed, and the interviewing panel came back with a recommendation. And so the selection was made, and I made that selection.
So what job title does he have?
Program coordinator 2.
So what programs is he coordinating? Not the drug program, right?
Well, and if he's going to coordinate the drug program, then so be it. But he's doing maintenance program, preventive maintenance. He's working with that division. And if he still has subject to a 6-month probationary process, and so if he doesn't pass muster, certainly he's not going to be permanized.
So that was Port GM Roy Respicio. And then a few days later, we were able to ask Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio about this. In case you didn't know, Mr. Roslin has been dating the Lieutenant Governor's sister. And so I was able to ask the LT about this, and here were his comments.
Frankie, he didn't talk to me about what you call that, applying for a job. I didn't even know he applied for a job until he already had an interview. And at that point, I took myself for sure out of that. And he's going to have to go and compete in the merit system and figure that out. So, when the senators are talking about official misconduct, obviously he played by the rules. There's no rule that barred him. I'm not interested. And to be honest with you, I don't really want any of my personal family members or their relatives to work in the government because of this attention that they get. But I can't control that. And he went and got his job fair and square. And he's trying to rebuild his life for his 7 children. So I'll just tell you this. The operatives that were involved in in the fabrication of the company's records, it's all going to end up coming up. With the federal authorities' help or without, it always will come out. Everybody, we're all adults. We'll have to stand on our own. And of course, it doesn't reflect well on me. I'm always going to get it.
Yeah.
But that's the facts, and that's how I see it. And I just want to tell the operatives out there, whatever you did out there, it's going to come out, and you're going to be held accountable.
LT threw me for a loop with the whole operatives. It sounded a little paranoid, honestly. And then, so that was them, right? And they were basically trying to justify this thing that I just don't want to feel like I'm the only person who thinks that if you screw up at that level and you betray the public trust, official misconduct, maybe the government isn't the place for you to work. I'm not saying we're trying to throw people away. There's a whole private sector. And so I know you guys got a lot of comments on this, but I wanted to play, before we go back to you guys, this clip from, do we have the Major Elgin clip? Yeah. Where's it at? Oh. Okay, so actually we'll just go in and we'll get your reaction to this. Rach, I saw you raising your hand, so go ahead.
No, it's just that, in Guam, really, even if it's merit-based, it's there's always a little bit of a, the nepotism is the word I'm trying to use.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing too. My question is when he was applying, was he able to use his job, his experience at DOC as part of, as part of his qualifications or not? Was that an issue? Is that something especially if you were terminated. But
I didn't
still,
see
if
his,
you were,
right. I didn't see his app, Rach, but it's interesting that you say that because I know that the Port GM Roy Respicio in another media, I think it was the Post, had brought up his law enforcement experience as like a bonus. Like, oh, given his law enforcement experience, like, bro, you read the paper, you watch the news, you know about his law enforcement experience. Let's just say it didn't end that well, you know? So like I said, with the response from Rory and from the lieutenant governor, it's just so bizarre to me that
if his tone was a little different though, he might have been able if he stopped before the operatives thing and he just kind of changed the tone a bit.
Yeah.
Because the truth is it's a small island. We can only employ, so his tone, he could have handled it a little better and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Natalie.
I'd like to say that on behalf of the media, you are not operatives. This information came to the public through the media. So I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and thank you for informing us about all of that. And the operative word I think here is merit-based, and I don't see the merit in any of that. It's not like he was, stealing reams of paper from the office. He was an officer of the law. He took an oath to protect the law, and then he was involved in, something as unfortunate as a meth ring in DOC. But I don't see the merit in that, and it's upsetting because there are thousands of other people who are probably 10 times more qualified for a position like that or any position in the government, Guam, and I don't see them creating a position for them.
Right. Go ahead, Phil. Please.
Natalie, first, I'm sorry that you lost your friend for the drugs. But I agree with 100%. This is a guy who was like the law enforcement that Rory said. That's just so stupid, Rory. But this is a guy who was smuggling drugs, the worst drug of our island, into the prison. And it brings the question, where does he get those drugs? He's involved in some type of web that imports, provides, distributes meth. And he has one of our companies is Bank Pacific. If somebody robbed a bank for a moment, what I think, or better example, somebody worked at the bank and was embezzling money at somebody else's bank, and then they came to us for a job, and I would say, oh, but he's got banking experience. Yeah, he's got really terrible banking experience. And this guy, I didn't realize till yesterday that he was Josh's sister's comment. But it just stinks. And how serious are we really, you guys in government, or all of us, in getting rid of drugs on our island? Like when Angel Sublime says, the mayor is such a good guy, I love him. Or when Rory says, oh, he knows something about security, about police. No, they both are drug dealers. They both are part of the roots from this terrible tree of drugs. And to mention another guy, Klitschko, as he will say, off for their heads. And I really feel that just because we want to help somebody redeem themselves doesn't mean that they can screw you, that they can be selling drugs. And that's what this guy was doing. He was selling drugs
Phil,
to people in prison.
I just want to break in here with some of the media reports from this case because the lieutenant governor, and he kind of went in, and the interview's on YouTube, guys, and he said that, what Frankie had done was he had received a text message from an inmate, and he didn't tell anybody that he got the message, and he didn't respond to it. But according to the court documents, the phone records revealed there were conversations between two maximum security inmates, Rosalind, and other corrections officers. The text messages took place between May and the end of July 2017. Inmate Sean Paul Johnson and Rosalind communicated back and forth about bringing contraband into DOC and when shakedowns were going to occur, according to court documents. Multiple references indicated that the contraband they were referring to was methamphetamine. And guys, before we get into any more comments, I wanted to play what for me was just such a refreshing breath of reality from Department of Corrections Major Anton Uggan. I mean, we had to go to the root of the problem, and we interview Major Uggan, I want to say about weekly. Hopefully they're not going to kill that. And we had asked him last year about this meth ring, and because there was something with an officer late last year and meth, and so we had talked about this whole meth ring, and he was like still pissed about it. And so when I had him on the other day, I said, "Hey, Major, what do you think of this? Should we be hiring people who are convicted of official misconduct back into the government to serve the people of Guam?" And here was Major Anton Uggan's response.
What those officers did to DOC and to the reputation of the officers was very bad. I mean, they were our brothers, supposed to help us, and keeping the prisoners safe and keeping the contraband out. And here they were bringing it in and doing everything they should not have been doing. So I'm actually still very disappointed. I mean, they need to move on with their lives, I guess, and do what's right for their family and their career. But I think when you've had an opportunity in the government to work and you violate that trust, right? Regardless of whatever job, official misconduct, you did it while working in your position, while employed the government. I don't believe personally you deserve a second chance at that. I mean, other jobs maybe, but not for the government. You've already disrespected your what you had in the department, and I'll let the senators deal with that as far as the restriction, but the law doesn't prevent it. So, but yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, we just got to move on, and they got to move on. But once you violate that trust, it's very, I don't know. I don't think you deserve a second chance personally.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got you in trouble. But Major, I just have to say that at the end of the day, I don't like the message that this sends to the guards at the COs at the prison. I mean, even the one. And then I thought, why wasn't our lieutenant governor saying this? Why wasn't Rory saying this? Why did we got to go back to the source of the problem? Because I just felt like it was kind of common sense. I mean, I get it. I've had people in my family struggling with addiction. I get it. I get that we're not throwing people away, but the guy was getting all these contracts from the government of Guam. It's not like he was hurting. And I just don't understand. And I don't think that if he was not the lieutenant governor's brother-in-law, the lieutenant governor wouldn't be doing backflips trying to defend this thing. Let's just be honest. It is what it is. And so I was just very happy that Major Anton Uggan was able to say what he said. Natalie, go ahead. And then we'll just run down the line. You guys.
That's the thing that adds insult to injury, is that he had contracts. He still has contracts, and then you go and then he gets a job. Where does it end? And it really is annoying. The government in Guam is not Lighthouse Recovery Center. This is not the place you come to get your second chance after screwing up the first time on that level. Like I said, he wasn't stealing paper from the office. He was an officer of the law. And so
he's at a place where things are coming and going, like
precisely.
I'd like to add that while I feel he should not have any more public trust in the government, that this does on the elected leadership and how much trust we put in their leadership to be able to pull strings because of connections. If anything, the lieutenant governor should be preaching to him and saying you should no longer have public trust. I'm also wondering, this individual, has he basically told everything he knows about the narcotic community so that he can perhaps work for the government and look forward to another element of livelihood in his life?
Will?
Yeah, thanks. I can agree with Major Uggan that perhaps this individual shouldn't be given the privilege to serve in a similar capacity. But, I want to remind everyone that it was Eddie Calvo who also was promoting a second chance initiative. Not to say that it applies blanketly across all forms of convictions, right? He was talking about those who were not found guilty of sex crimes and murder, domestic violence, aggravated assault. I could see how contextualizing this as being the NYAO or having government contracts, which I was not aware of, can kind of leave a bad taste in our mouth, and questions of nepotism come up or favorable consideration. But at the end of the day, if you just step away, I'm not trying to defend this guy. I'm just saying, listen, was it an egregious act? Official misconduct has a broad range. And until you played those recordings, and I wasn't familiar with the exact role that he played, but is he in a similar position to enable that kind of activity? Has he been drug tested? Does the law, the letter of the law, forbid it? Just let me remind everybody, this is a struggle we go through, and this is good for public discourse. Thank you. Because last term, we were debating whether or not you should even ask somebody of a criminal record, right? Until they were ready to be employed, right? Even last term, we were asking ourselves, is it right to challenge an employment practice after the fact, given certain circumstances? So this is downrange. This is stuff we can discuss on a public policy level. But at the end of the day, did this person commit an egregious act? Is it consistent with the laws of Guam? And frankly, the previous panelists had a good point, had the best point, I thought. It comes down to the prerogative of the appointing authority, which is the governor, which is delegated in this case to the agency head. That's going to be the reckoning at the polls when it comes time. But for me, if that person was hired, the only basis that and I'm not a lawyer, you can challenge this, is did this person violate the law? That doesn't make it illegal. It certainly makes it distasteful, perhaps. In this, I would recommend, my position is firm, so I'm not dancing around this. I would hire an individual who is qualified, but never in a similar capacity to enable that kind of activity. I do believe in second chances. Governor Cabo put forward Lieutenant Governor, gubernatorial candidate Ray Tenorio, a law enforcement officer who is decades in that rank, was holding it forward as well, as giving people an opportunity, which is interesting because that's a liberal, more Democrat perspective than it is a hard right Republican one. But I can see the argument either way. So Senator Joanne Brown, to her credit, is finding an exception. She takes exception to this hiring practice, and so that's democracy. We're going to see how this unfolds now.
Yeah, I just think also on another level, Senator Will, it's like you have a guy who's involved with bringing drugs into a venue, and then he's employed at a major port of entry. It just, to me, it is what it is. Phil? Unmute.
Yeah. That official misconduct is such a general term, so neutral. Actually, what he did was, again, he's a drug dealer. He was smuggling in drugs, protecting himself by pretending to be a law officer, but he is a drug dealer. And my guess is, I don't know a lot of drug dealers. I may know them, I'm just not aware. But if you're a drug dealer, my guess is you were also a drug user. So he was giving these guys at the prison, smuggling it in. It wasn't for free. They were paying him money. So I don't want to talk to I don't want to call him an official misconduct guy. I want to just call him for what he is, a freaking meth drug dealer helping to destroy lives and parts of our island.
Was the official misconduct a plea down? Did he plea down?
Yeah, there was a deal. That's the thing. And then again, I just want to say, guys, that the official misconduct is a misdemeanor. I don't think that is even it. I feel like the prosecution on this case was just like, and I don't know if it's political because it was a Mandania bust, but the prosecution was just left much to be desired. That's putting it kindly. But they all got off with misdemeanors.
Yeah, so how serious are we really trying to stop meth? And then we rehire these people.
That's what I'm saying.
Again, this guy is not an official misconduct guy. This guy is a drug dealer.
So if you put it into perspective, if you're involved in any way in the use of illegal drugs, in the sale, growth, or manufacturing, you're banned from federal employment. So in a large number of positions, if you're involved in any crime that involves moral turpitude, you're banned from federal employment. And the question is, I understand having second chances, Senator Will Castro. But the reality is, this was not a political position. This was a career position. And if you're competing against everybody and you have a crime that involves drug use or similar in in violating the main principles of your job, that should weigh on their objective criteria at the beginning when you're weighing all the candidates. And in a negative point, it shouldn't be, oh, we're going to wait and see later. Look, you have a political position. The governor wants to take a chance with you. He knows, he's seen your case. He could take that. You want to have a pardon from the governor. You want an atonement on the crime because it really was it's affecting your life and your change. Then prove it and show it. But to just let the government do it, allow them just to get hired and not take it into account is a concern.
Well,
The fact that they haven't done it under rule and regulations of the agency is probably going to force now the legislature to act and do it by law. I wish we would see this done by regulation now, even before any law passes.
And I want to go back to the merit system and kind of what Natalie said when Rory had talked about, it went through a panel. Let's just be real. It's a small island. Everybody knows who Mr. Rosalind is. And I don't think anybody had to say anything about hire this guy. I think it is what it is. And whether or not it's a merit-based panel, those people, I'm pretty sure they're not idiots. They could probably see the writing on the wall. But I would just hate to be the person who lost out on this job. Can you imagine, like, you're trying to, and this, you're right, Juan Carlos, this is a job for the rest of his life. It's a career in the government of Guam. And it's so egregious to a lot of people that an actual sitting senator has introduced a bill to prohibit it from happening again because our elected leaders and our appointed general managers don't have the common sense to make that determination themselves.
You are so right. I'm appalled that more senators haven't stepped up to at least say something about it. You don't have to support, I get Democrats wouldn't want to support a Republican's bill, but say something. Stand up for the rest of us.
What are the GovGuam rules for job announcements? Like, was the job even was it put out? Like, was it were people given fair time to apply, or was it kept hush hush until are there rules about that too? Are there laws about?
There are strict laws that govern the employment in any positions that are classified within the government of Guam. This was one of the major issues we debated in the 34th relative whether or not you can bring a grievance against the hiring or promotion of an individual even after 6 months. If I was in the legislature now and this was put on the table, I'd certainly vote for it. In this, not just this case, but in most cases, you have to take a position. But again, I think the indictment here is not one. We're crucifying the character, and yes, we're contextualizing it, but it comes down to management and the people we elected to serve. If it were me, if I was at the Bureau, given the opportunity to hire this individual, having to weigh him against the other candidates, I don't even know who applied. Let me just state up front, I'm not related to Mr. Rosalind. I'm not, definitely don't hang out in the same social circles, but I've seen this happen too many times where we assassinate the character of an individual, not knowing all the facts. And everybody here, a great majority, believe that it was not the right call on management. So let's make it that. But at the same time, I don't even know if this gentleman has a bachelor's degree and those who applied don't. But the question now before the body, the legislative body, if you're convicted, as I think Juan Carlos, you said it, I think you brought to me a very poignant issue to the table. Moral turpitude. Don't confuse ethics with legality. And I'm not a lawyer, but I agree with you. If that's going to be the new standard, Juan Carlos, then let the debate rage on. And if I was in the 36, I would vote for it. Yeah. But this is a conversation now that's part of a bigger, complex discussion that happened in the 34th. Hiding criminal records, putting aside the ability to question, as Ms. Estevez asked, if someone was applying for a job but it wasn't properly announced, can you debate that? Well, in that case, that particular bill didn't allow for that to go forward. But there are other instances in which you can question the initial hire, even after 6 months or 5 years, and or the promotion of the candidate. But that's why these conversations happen blindly in these circles. They should happen when you look at the qualified, the merit of the individual. But Chris is right. At the end of the day, it's the prerogative of the appointing authority. You can be ranked number 3 out of a list of 3 and still get selected above the number 1 candidate. That's just the political reality.
Right. It's interesting that we had another instance where, because I haven't heard from the governor, and we'll just start there, guys. Why haven't we heard from the governor on this? I think in any other administration, something this big, something that we're going to spend a whole hour talking about, something that people are talking about online, you would just kind of assume that the governor would come out and say something on it. Or does she not come out because it's kind of a crappy position to have to defend, as Rory and Josh proved? Go ahead.
Yeah. I gotta say, I kind of, I feel bad for Mr. Rosalind. I think I had an exchange of words on the show with his girlfriend. And what I want to say is it's not about him. This is not, if it was the lieutenant governor's sister's name is Rosie O'Donnell and she was, sleeping with Tom Hanks, we'd all have the same issue. Yeah. It's the crime that happened, it's the level that all of this is taking place at that we all have a problem with. The name doesn't matter. It's the action that's happening. So
yeah, and I think it was unfair for the lieutenant governor to turn this. He tried to play victim with it, which was, and having to defend this, there's only so many ways to go to spin it. One is we're the victim, we're being attacked because, he's my sister's boyfriend. And the other one is like, oh, are we just going to throw people away when they make a mistake? If you look at the school of spin, there's only a couple ways to do it.
And seriously, they put themselves in this position. He should have known, she should have known that if he was going to be put in a position there, that this was going to come out eventually. People were going to find out and we're going to talk about it. And I'm sorry, 200,000 people on Guam are not just going to roll over and be like, oh, how sweet. Yeah. Sorry, guys. That's my kid.
Yeah. Anybody else here? Juan, Dave, why haven't we heard the governor come out?
Has the media gone to ask her?
We wanted to ask her at the COVID ceremony, but she was shuffled off. It's not like she's available all the time. There's no press conference.
Yeah. I believe that my expectation is it's an issue that she probably is trying to get a lot more information on. And when she comes out, I'm sure she's going to come out with a decision by the administration. I would hope that it would be that they will take regulatory action to prevent this from ever happening again and be part of the recruitment process from now on, that you need to disclose, and that whoever is selecting needs to specifically know. There was an issue in the federal government before when they submitted the background for people to be ambassador and to be appointed to a lot of the positions. The FBI did a background check and they said you either pass or you didn't pass. And then we ended up realizing that a lot of people had a lot of little things that should never have gotten the appointments. So now the federal government changed that, and the cover sheet that you get for any federal appointment is the FBI background check highlights. And it specifically says, this is what this person has done. This is where we are. And the recruiting officer has to sign it. He needs to sign and say, I read this, and I still think that that person should get that job. Because the last thing you want is having the hiring officer say, oh, I had no idea. I had never had any inklings of knowledge of these issues.
Yeah. But instead, what's going to happen and what we're going to see, and I'm so excited for this, I want this bill to hit the floor because this issue is highly politicized. And this
would it have been the same?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Rich.
Okay. Would it have been the same if, for instance, it wasn't Rory hiring and it was at, like, say he got a job at like mental health, or he got a job at DPW or something like that? Would it have brought the same like issue? Just, it's support. It's like.
Yeah, I think it would have been the same kind of anywhere he worked, just because of the conviction and the betrayal of the public trust. But so what's going to happen is, anyway, Senator Brown messaged me yesterday. She has no co-sponsors on this bill, which is so hilarious. But what's going to happen is when this hits the session floor, you're going to have all the senators who are in Lou and Josh's pocket. They're going to be forced to be like, oh no, we like, people who are convicted of official misconduct in the government of Guam. We need more of them. And then those who are critical of the administration are going to take the right stance. And then I'm assuming the governor's going to veto it because she's going to, think it's an overreach of power or whatever. And that's what I'm saying. It's like the politics of this. I don't like it. I don't think there's politics involved in us talking about it, because if there was like somebody who wasn't Josh Esnial, who had done the same thing and been hired in a government agency, and looking at the hiring documents, I would have caught that and it would have been the same thing. We would have aired it out the same way. But it's not going to get a fair air. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
He said that he didn't know that this was happening. I find that really hard to believe, because I've worked at Adaloop before, and there is nothing that happens in the government of Guam that Adaloop doesn't know about. It's impossible. Trust me, you know everything. And so for him to say that he didn't know, that's I think that speaks to his character, and quite frankly, I think people should take note of that.
You know what I think is going to make a difference whether this bill passes or doesn't pass is going to be how hot it is on social media. I think in Guam, it's really evolving the way that we sort of get our news and communicate with each other. But the younger generations are now getting active in politics a lot more than they were before. This Protege la Terra and all the other groups are starting to come out and realize if we don't get together and push our issues, they're not going to resolve themselves. So if this issue is an issue that community, that youth community starts really banging on social media and issues, then the elected officials will have to react to it, and they'll say, can I afford to take this position as a favor for anybody, or am I going to do the right thing and follow what it should happen?
What's the right thing to do at this point? Let's end it here, guys. Go ahead, Dave. Yeah.
Say, was this individual, is he in a classified position as he's passed his probationary period?
He's still on probation, according to Rory. So after he passes the probation, set for life.
So he could be terminated without cause under probation. But once he passes his probation, even if the legislature passes and enacted into law prohibiting such practices, this cannot affect him because that would be ex post facto. So he would be set for life.
Yeah, but for me, this opens a bigger issue. We don't want, all of a sudden that they come in and say, okay, we took care of this one issue, we're done, don't worry about it, don't look here anymore. I think we really need to make sure that this is something that's corrected in the way that GovGuam does hiring.
I mean, but can you imagine being Mr. Roslin and being the guy who prompted this ban on? I mean, you're right. And that way I do kind of, feel for the guy. And I don't even know him. I never met him. And,
I'm sorry. I can't feel sorry for this guy. I feel sorry for the people who are working down there at the port who have to work with this guy. Yeah. If they really wanted to give him a second chance, they should have just kept him at DOC.
With his law enforcement experience.
I apologize, guys. I came late and I have to leave early because I got another meeting next door.
Okay, Phil. So let me ask, and this is the last question, guys, for real, because we got to go. What is the remedy, Phil Flores? If this was your call to make, what's the remedy? How do we fix this?
I'd fire the guy today. I'd fire him, and first off, I wouldn't have hired him, and if I did hire him, try to think that people of Guam are stupid enough to believe the stupid things I say about trying to justify it. I hate drugs. I hate ICE. I see what it's done to so many people. Natalie's friend who fell to it and died. I see what it's done to people financially, how it turned people apart. I wouldn't have hired him. And as a result, especially since he's not protected by civil service at this point because he's under probation, whatever it is. I kick him out today.
And they would get major political points for doing that. They would look so good. I mean, that's the only way really to undo the damage. Go ahead, Senator Will. What's the remedy?
Okay, thanks everybody.
See you, Phil.
Thanks,
Phil. For me, if he had passed muster through the interview, the initial screening,
He met all the legal requirements. I'd let it stand in terms of employment, but I wouldn't put him at the port. I'd transfer him, put him at the Bureau of Stats and Plans, and have him work on some other projects. That's what I would do. I wouldn't just outright terminate a gentleman or an individual because there's a lot of mounting public pressure on the perception. I agree with you on the perception, but I disagree with most of the panelists in terms of the merit of the appointment. So what I would do if I was in power in Guadeloupe, I would transfer him to a position that wouldn't call to question whether or not the fidelity of the program at the ports of entry would be compromised because of a related situation. That's what I would do.
Right on. Next, what's the remedy, Rach?
J-Lo killed it at the inauguration. Just kidding. I thought that's what we were going to discuss. I forgot.
I know.
Anyway, I really can't, like, honestly, I'm just a musician. I wouldn't know what to say. That's why I'm not in government. And it just, I just don't think, like, if there's any place, though, the airport and the port itself are like two things I wouldn't, or two places especially I wouldn't put somebody,
Guam Energy Office, maybe?
Yeah. DPW, something like that.
Dave?
I think you've got to take a serious look at the character of this individual. Is he truly reformed, or is he going to relapse to becoming a drug dealer? And while I generally support the fact that he shouldn't be in government because he's lost public trust, but is he somebody that can continue? And I don't mean to be too philosophical, but can he make a good contribution to the community? And I've said it before. Has he told law enforcement investigators all of his drug dealing connections? So I think you got to look at the individual, where our perception is he may be headed in life.
Right. Natalie?
I think from a political standpoint and from someone who's, I used to work in communications. I think, the thing that I would do would probably be the best thing to do would be to get rid of him, but you can't really do that, and it's unfortunate that they've put themselves in this position, and I guess maybe transfer him. I don't know, maybe if I were him, I'd move. I don't know.
I'd be like, okay, I'm leaving the port. Double up on the contracts, guys, to make up for it.
There you go.
Dave, I really key in on what you said, Dave. And you're right. I feel like another thing for this would be, what if Mr. Roslin himself came out and said, hey, this is my deal? Because reformed, I mean, this is the guy who was sentenced, and walking out of the courthouse, he was like, F Mandania, MFers. And to me, I'm pretty sure he has his reasons. But to me, that just, it's disrespectful to law enforcement, right? Because there's a lot of hardworking men and women who made up that task force. And I get it that you take it personal because you were busted by them. But if you want to talk reform, to me, those aren't the words of somebody who's been, and granted, it was, in the heat of the moment, maybe. But that could be another way out. I mean, I feel like there's definitely ways that they could, short of letting the guy go, right, which I don't think is going to happen, there are ways they could still kind of salvage this. But bottom line, guys, are people of Guam short-term memory? Short-term memory.
The sense is what you said. If he came out and made a public statement and showed that he wanted to contribute to the system in a positive way, that would have considerable merit. Or is he going to go through the rest of his life and say, I beat this using the good old PARI system? We'll see.
One of my friends just messaged, the right thing to do would be for Mr. Roslin to resign. And I think that probably politically would be right. Yeah. But we'll see. It is what it is, guys.
And that's like the excuse of the month.
The year, Natalie. It's the excuse of the year.
Like, because they probably pled down, like, there's probably like a lot of community service he didn't have to do. Have we seen the reform, like, as far as like what he's done for,
I mean, are you going to the schools? Are you telling the kids about, the dangers of meth?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Yeah, I don't think so.
Or mental health or something like that, counseling.
Guys,
even.
this has been a great panel. I had a lot of fun. here. I wanted to kind of talk about the inauguration, but let's do that. We'll go next Friday, okay? You know, I don't know because I see
Halo,
we
the
have
highlight.
two for sure
That would be
Trumpers in
something
here.
for a whole session.
That's what I'm saying because we got Will and we
I
got
would
Juan
say
Carlos.
Garth Brooks and Lady Gaga. There were interesting performances. But I will say in closing remarks that I think President Biden's speech was extremely well done and delivered. I think one of the best speeches I've seen done as an inauguration. And now we're going to see if they're going to follow up with what they said there.
Wow,
I was
that
impressed by the poet
nice.
laureate. She was a good indication of what the future has.
Absolutely. I agree.
Will?
I was looking forward to the discussion on the differences between Trump and Biden, so I'll save it for next Friday.
Yeah, and that's kind of, if you looked at the panel I had, I kind of went like, let's get a bunch of like diehard Republicans and then some like, you know,
You
super
got me
left
good
wing.
today.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing that, and you wrote to me. And that's what
I didn't
thought
know
of.
we were going to just keep talking about this port thing. Hey, Senator, it is what it
How about
is.
that ban on any deportations out of the U.S. for 100 days, man.
Yeah, so the Muslim ban, I think, was lifted. It's kind of funny to me.
No. He did. They stopped all deportations out of the entire United States. The entire immigration system has been frozen for 100 days.
Well, yeah, and I think it's an interesting one to see because when we had Trump go into office, I mean, one of the first things he did was like do all these executive orders, rolling back stuff Obama did, and now we're seeing the same thing with Biden.
So let me say this: we have a Democrat legislature, Democrat governor, Democrat House, Democrat senator, Senate, Democrat president. This could be the moment that we address the issues important to this community. This could be that one time. Political self-determination, border security, and the economy. I'd love to get into that because if they mess it up, it just might change the tide next election. And people like Natalie, I'm sure, are going to be very vocal about their opinion, and I look forward to that.
Will, are you changing parties?
No, I've always been interested.
Are you changing parties again?
I have both on both sides, so you
Right.
never know.
Yeah. There was a tweet I saw, and it was like something like President Trump, where it was like Biden got Lady Gaga and J-Lo, and President Trump had Dean Cain and Kevin Sorbo. And I know Jason, as the biggest Kevin Sorbo fan, probably took offense to that.
Well, what you got? You got Superman, and you got Kevin Sorbo was what?
Hercules.
Hercules.
Yeah.
There.
Anyway, I don't even know why I brought that up. I just thought it was funny.
Hey man, we got Will Castro and Rachel Esteves. Man. Rach, can you play us out? It's interesting to see from my perspective in the Zoom room. Okay, I want to mention two things. Rach was doing apparently like scales. She was doing some like arpeggio thing. And as a guitarist, I totally understand that. You think better when you have a guitar in your hand. And I want to say, Senator Will's comments. You know, like those of you watching on the live stream, you couldn't see it, but he was adding context like in the Zoom chat. He has one very very poignant chat here and I think he's channeling the spirit of Al Pacino from Godfather 3. He's like, just when I thought I was out of public policy, they pull me back in. So well done, guys.
Thank you, KUAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm available whenever you want.
I'm sure you are, Juan. So we'll shoot for next Friday, guys. Dave, thank you.
Oh yeah, there you go. Rach, play us out.
Natalie, you gonna pick up that uke or no?
Everyone sing whatever you want to sing. Happy Friday, everybody.
Thank you,
All
Rach.
right.
There you go. Rach Esteves. Her day job is a musician, guys. Rach, you gigging out there anywhere?
Not right now.
Not right now. Okay, so
It's interesting.
Yeah.
That's another topic we need to discuss.
then we'll do that. Maybe we could get like a Zoom with a lot of musicians and talk about a return to gigging. Thank you, Rach. We'll see you.
Stop.
Okay, Dave. Appreciate your time here. Take a hike.
See you again.
All right, Natalie. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully, you see you again. Good stuff. Senator Will, Juan Carlos. Appreciate it, guys. We'll see you. There you go. Great talk, man. After party, and that that's to me what it's all about. Is we got to talk about these things. And it's too much. Whether it's your church abuse scandals or the drug epidemic on our island. So much of our culture is munga munga, never mind, and sometimes it's a lot for the media, I'm speaking for myself here, but I know my media colleagues, sometimes it's a lot to be the people who push these conversations, right? I mean, it comes with, sometimes there's damage, sometimes, there's attacks, sometimes there's, for hurt feelings. But at the end of the day, I feel like we got a job to do. And, I don't think that we're whacked out on this show or this station. I don't think that, we have an obvious agenda. I feel like it's kind of like what I said with Pertay Letegzin this morning. It's like we just spent the last 9-10 months just trying to keep each other alive. Some of us didn't make it. A lot of people got sick. More people got hurt, financially or whatever. But now it's back to the business of holding the government of Guam and our elected and appointed leaders accountable and calling for that transparency, which was hard to do during the height of a pandemic. But guess what? Now that we're kind of inching towards normalcy, if you will, this is our normal. And I'm just glad we're back to it, because so much of what our job of the media has been for the last 9-10 months is, like I said, functional information. Here's where you go to get tested. Here's where you go to get vaccinated. Here's what you got to fill out to get this thing. Here's what you got to do. And so I feel like during that time, a lot of stuff has been happening, like the hiring of Mr. Roslin at the port. So I'm glad now that we freed up some of our plate to focus on things that are important to the people of Guam. I'm happy. Hey, good boys week, guys.
Good boys. Well, I do. There is a little memo I do wish to pass along to you, Capitan, because if for any other reason that we have to go other than we're about like maybe 16 minutes over.
Yeah.
Chris, of course, for those of you who haven't been watching the show all morning, Chris brought his 3 youngest children into the office. They've been very, very well behaved. They've been in his office doing their thing. His youngest son, Chase, actually sent me like a little note and said, "Can you please tell my daddy that Channing cursed 5 times?" So if there's any reason why we got to get out of this show, then you got some daddy business to get to, my friend.
Yeah, I've been threatening these guys. Like, I got my mouth washed out with the bar soap.
How stiff of a punishment is
for saying hell?
If you curse in the Barnett household?
I said hell. HE double matchsticks, and I got my mom the Irish Spring.
Ooh.
And let me tell you, like, these kids nowadays are so lucky that we just don't have the heart to do that kind of thing. And then there's the whole CPS. So yeah, I got to go regulate. Thanks for that, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. It's 10:18. Joe, sir, good job. Jason, good job. After party panel. That was a great after party. I love that. To our guys in Master Control.
I'll tell you what, we still have to do Cover Me and One Micronesia, right?
Oh my God. Are you okay? So we'll do that. We're gonna leave you guys with a couple little sponsored pieces here. We'll do Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Guys, it's Chicken Fries Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. This morning's Cover Me. This is a cool thing. So this song is Chalan Kulebla, which is by Microchild. And I believe what's happening here is...
Yeah, it's a interpretive dance. It's a performance piece.
Yeah.
And you guys just have to watch this. It's an amazing visual where a young girl actually stands in front of like a curtain, a sheet. And she's doing this interpretive dance to the music, and she's also painting.
This is going to be great for our radio audience.
Yeah. it's an amazing concept. I mean, I've watched this like 2 or 3 times already. It's incredible.
Right on. Okay, so yeah, this is Burger King Cover Me. It's Chalan Kulebla, which again is Microchild. And then who's doing the interpretive dance?
I don't know the name.
Oh, great.
I didn't get. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I believe it's in the credits. It's in
okay, so we're going to play this, and then we'll come back and do our One Micronesia podcast. Again, Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King.
all go away. felt something inside definitely changed. You used to say life never seems to go your way. Why would you throw it away? Jalan Kuleplan, green and winding road, come and take me home. Jalan Kuleplan, green and winding road, come and take me home. Kaderahu titagu undian hahasudu humahanam zut paraitanu tisinya dinguhatadlu. Jalan Kuleplan, green and winding road, come and take me home. Jalan Kuleplan, green and winding road, come and take me home. Take me
Wow, that was awesome.
I told you that was super cool.
Yeah, for our viewers on Facebook Live, that was a Burger King Cover Me. For our radio listeners, that was a Micro Child, Chalan Kulebla. And was on the video side, it was an interpretive dance. That was really cool. I got to say, I've only seen interpretive dance one other time during FestPack, so it's cool to just get my stripes, my interpretive dance stripes.
Hey, and Maria Hernandez, who I believe is the same Maria Hernandez who was a guest of ours earlier today. And remember, you can check out their at 11 o'clock is their peaceful protest. It's going to be live streamed.
No, that's a press conference at 11.
Oh, the press conference. Okay. The Save Retidian is the Facebook page that you want to check out. She goes, Biba Micro Child, so much talent on our island. Rolenda Asua Malie, good friend of ours. Hey, Rolenda, long time. Saying it's a great production and bravo. And very importantly, Chamarita Regis, who has been with us since the very beginning of the show. She goes, guys, can you please play a nice Castro Boys music in memory of the late Andrew Castro?
Right, and I am going to end the show with, man, to me, there's so many great Castro Boys songs, but Party Time in the Marianas, that to me is just, it takes me back. And like I said earlier, I remember hosting with the Castro Boys and seeing Andrew and thinking, oh my God, but then, hearing him joke around and smile, it's just good memories, memorias. It's 10:25, so one more segment here brought to you by Taco Bell. This is the One Micronesia podcast promo. Jay, is this already out on YouTube?
It's going to Vic. Actually, he sent us the teaser and then forgot to upload the full version, but the full version is going up right now. And he is actually talking to fellow GW graduate of U, Troy Uggan, about his work with these virtual 5Ks that's going on.
Right.
So now he's got a Micronesia 5K. So Vic's going to talk to Troy and see how you can get fit and have some fun.
It's the One Micronesia podcast sneak peek brought to you by Taco Bell. Dong!
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Half a day and happy Friday! We're back with another One Micronesia podcast episode today. Now, this episode, we sit down with the executive director of Learn Chamorro Project Organization, Troy Uggan, to talk about a 5K that's coming up.
Well, when I created this event, this fundraising activity, right, was for initially our organization for Learn Chamorro. But my gosh, the potential of it was so overwhelming and so beneficial that I'm a God-fearing man, so my creator wouldn't allow me to do it unless I shared it with everybody. So we opened it up. We're inviting, any nonprofit, charity, even family medical, who want to raise funds to participate in these events. And so I thought, you know what, I have a bunch of friends in Micronesia. I love them so much. They're very very happy. Funny. Just everyone I know, in the Micronesia, they're all awesome individuals. And so, and of course, I want to keep a nice, good light on my brothers and sisters. And as a matter of fact, even more than that, bring them out, as far as like the business entrepreneurs in the community, and as well as also to the general community to help support them. Like for example, this Micronesian virtual run is to help benefit the guys over One Micronesian Resource Center. So that's going to be the benefactor.
So how does this work? Because now we're doing things virtually. So for people listening right now, can you give them more information of how they go about joining in?
Okay, so basically it's exactly like like any other event of 5K, but of course the difference is that you're not showing up at a venue where it traditionally is, where all people gather because of the lockdown, right? So the virtual concept, my brother, is where you can do the run in your own location and your own time, right? And so not only that too, but you can not only here's the exciting part too. You can run it, you can walk it, you can run, walk, hike, bike. You can even use a treadmill, right? So you have to remember, my brother, that this event is yes, we're focusing on health and fitness, but please don't just keep in mind that these are fundraising activities, right? So that it's based on the honor system. So obviously it's impossible for us to scrutinize whether or not a person ran the 5K, right? I mean, like, hey, you didn't really run that, so it's not about that,
right?
So
because it can be something like, yo, how did you run the 5K? Like, I saw you like at Payless, or I saw you at at the mall. Like, how are you running the 5K?
Yeah, exactly. So what's going to happen is we give them a 1 week's time, right, to complete it. And so so what we use are like those fitness apps. So the app that we chose to use, right, is Strava. So if you can go to your Apple or Google Play App Store, download it. It's free. It's called Strava, Strava, Strava. So we're using that because from what we've researched and from the community that uses it, that's pretty much like the Facebook of fitness apps. It's very powerful. It has leaderboards. It has like GPS. You can track exactly where the person ran. I mean, like, can you imagine somebody just running around their house? So it's a fun tool, very powerful, and it utilizes social media to share, and you can even challenge somebody, call somebody out. Say, hey, I'm doing this. So we're very, very, very excited. I mean, because again, you can walk it, hike it. You can go on a hike. Maybe go on the beach or.
So Troy, quick question. We're talking about this. I know it's virtual. What's a date? Is there a deadline?
Yeah. So what it is? So we're actually opening up the pre-registration tomorrow. It's going to run until a week before the end of March.
So once you register, you can start running your mileage, or how does this work?
Yes. Yeah. Correct. And so you can it starts tomorrow, but we close it the second week of March, so that we can prepare the merchandise, the shirts and the medals and the bib and all that. So we want some time to sell for people to purchase. The one thing that we're very excited about, my brother, is that this is 100% paperless registration.
Wow.
So what's going to happen is all the details I'm sharing with you now will be on the Guam5K.com website. Okay.
Don't forget to catch the full episode tonight on KOM TV 8 at 6:30, and then tomorrow live on the KOM News Facebook page. Until then, we'll see you next week on the next episode of the One Micronesia podcast. My name is Victorious, and I just want to say peace.
Milan with a sneak peek there of the
Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
The One Micronesia podcast. Guys, it's been a great show. We did 30 minutes of overtime, which means we're going to start at 6:30 on Monday when Sabrina comes back from leave. Good work this week, guys. And I'm going to leave you here with this number from the Castro Boys. This is a great song, Party Time in the Marianas, and it's just going out to the Castro family. And again, our condolences on the tragic death of Andrew Castro. All right, so again, this is the Castro Boys with my favorite Castro Boys song, Party Time in the Marianas. Good job, guys. My name is Chris. Hasta. Adios.
Gabriel and John.